Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this first lecture, I will tell you why Python is used, why it is very popular. I will go step by step. So I'll start with the first thing. Python is a general purpose high level language, which means it can be used for writing code for almost anything. That is, you are a game developer or app developer, or you're a part of some software development team, or any kind of operational scenario, this Python fits very well into that. Like, I'm a network engineer, I want to configure network switches, routers, so I can use Python. This is the first thing. Second thing is that it's extremely useful for backend web development, artificial intelligence, machine learning, data analysis, and scientific development. The most important thing is it's very simple to use. You just need to go to the website, download the latest setup, run that, and start using Python commands on the terminal. That's how easy it is. So I'll show that to you, how it is downloaded, how it is used. Best part of this Python is we can leverage the codes written by other people. For example, if I have created a script of Python for configuring SNMP commands on 5 routers, then that script can be used by other network engineer. Of course, he has to make some changes to make that script fit into his requirement, but it works well. And the code which is written on, let's say, Apple Mac, that can also work well on Windows. That is the reason it's a high level language. In this course, I will use Python to solve the purpose of network engineers. So we don't need to go into the detail of every Python thing. We'll just achieve our purpose. That is, we want to do a mass configuration changes on multiple devices. So that can be done with this Python. Like if I want to do AAA configuration on 10 switches, I'll just prepare a Python script on my workstation and run that on all. On all means I have to enter the IP address, credentials. Even the IP addresses and credentials can also be saved in the script. So it is very useful. So as and when we progress ahead, we'll talk about it. I'll show you. The main purpose of Python for network engineers is it can be used for automating the configurational task and troubleshooting the network issues or problems. If we have to configure a router, let's say, so what we need to do? We need to establish the initial IP connectivity from your workstation till that device. So the script can be pushed to that device using connectivity. And one thing you must know that you don't need to learn everything about Python. Since we don't want to be programmer, we just want to use Python for network engineering stuff. That is to do mass configuration. I'll also suggest you one thing, that if you are implementing very complex set of commands on routers or devices, whatever devices, then do it manually. So scripting is very helpful when the set of commands are same, mainly for creating VLANs. Like I have VLAN 5 till 15. I want to configure these VLANs on 15 switches. So in that case, scripting is helpful. Or you want to set up the NTP server. AAA configuration, a common configuration which is useful, that can be achieved by Python scripting. It is very simple. So going forward, I'll use GNS3. I'll show you how to form the connectivity from our workstation to the devices in GNS3, and thereafter you can use it. So I hope it's been informative to you. Hello friends. In this lecture, I'll show you how to install Python latest version on your Apple Mac. It's very easy to do. However, I would like to tell you a couple of things before you do. Apple Mac operating system comes with pre-default Python software. Its version is Python 2.7 in my Apple Mac. But we also have an option to install the Python 3. That doesn't mean it'll overwrite Python 2. Both will remain available on your workstation. You can choose to delete the latest one, which is Python 3. It is not recommended that we delete 2.7 because it's a part of the operating system. It may have some severe consequences to your functionality of the Apple Mac. So I'll tell you how to install it, how to check the version, how to look at the file path, how to uninstall it. So let me take you to terminal to find out which one is installed right now, or how to check which version is there. So this is the terminal. To be able to check Python, type in the command Python. You can see it shows Python 2.7.10, which is default. So it is installed on this day. Let me quit from here. There is one more way to check it. Python space dash dash version. So you can find out the version you're using this command. So if you want to locate where it is installed, then the command is which space Python. You can find out the location where the Python is stored. So if you want to know whether Python 3 is installed or not, you can do Python 3. It says it doesn't have it, or you can do Python 3 space version. It doesn't display anything. That is why it is saying no such file or directory. You can even check the which Python 3. It doesn't display the path because it is not there. So let me take you to website to show you how it is installed. Search for Python 3 download Mac. It will take you to Python website. This is the main website where it is hosted, python.org. It will tell you that my version is Mac OS X and the Python version is 3.8.0. So I have to click. It will download the installer file. You can see that the progress is there. See this? So it will be downloaded in a while. Thereafter we need to install it. The process is very simple, very easy. It doesn't need waiting, or it doesn't need any interference from our side. Okay, so it is installed. Click on this. This is the latest one. Let me double click over here. We just need to accept the terms and conditions. Then we just need to continue, unless we want to change the location. Continue. Read the licenses. You may choose to read it. It's very important. It is saying that you must agree on the license part. You have no option but to agree if you want to make it work. It is saying that it will be installed on your Macintosh hard disk, and this is the space. Out of 12154 is available. Click continue. And now see, it is saying that you can choose to have a different location for it installed. I don't want to do it. Click on the install. Now it is asking me to enter the password of my Apple Mac. Now it is writing the files. It will take around 5-10 seconds to install. In Windows Workstation it may take more. And also you must know that Python 2.7 is default only in Mac. It doesn't come pre-default on Windows. At least Windows 7, which I operate, it doesn't come. So it is saying that it is installed. Let's close it. Close it. Do you want to keep the Python installer? Let's move it to trash. This is our terminal. Let's see Python 3 space dash dash version. It is saying the Python version is 3.8.0. You can even hit enter after writing Python 3. It will show you the time when it is installed. It is showing all time. Quit from here is which Python 3. It will tell me the location where the Python 3 is installed. And if I simply enter which Python, it will take me to a location of the Python 2.7. Like Python. Okay, spelling mistake I often do. So I was talking about the Python 3 location. So it is installed now. Python 3 is working. Now I'll tell you how to uninstall it. Once you run this command which Python 3, after that copy this portion till framework. Right click, copy, and run the command. Now I'm telling you how to uninstall it. Command is sudo space dash sudo space rf and paste the path. It is prompting me to enter the password just to make sure that it is not being deleted by someone else. It is deleted. Now let's see Python 3. It is saying no such file or directory. So this is the way you can delete, which it doesn't display anything. It means we have achieved. So what did we learn? We learned that version 2.7 is by default installed, and the additional version can also be installed along with that. The new version can be uninstall it. Even we can also uninstall this version 2.7, but it is not recommended because it's a part of the Apple operating system. I've shown you how to uninstall it. You can check the version using Python 3 space version for version 3 of the Python. And if you don't use the keyword 3, it would mean you are talking about the default Python. So this is the way you can install it. Very simple thing. I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback till now. Hello friends. In this video, I'll show you how to install Python on Windows operating system. It doesn't matter much whether you are using Windows 7 or Windows 10. It will work the same way unless you have Windows XP, which is an older version of it. So 4 things you will see in this video. First thing is how to download the file from the Python website. Second is you learn to install it. I'll suggest you to use custom installation because the path has to be changed because it's pretty long. And other thing is you have to select one option to add Python into path environment variable so that you can run the Python from command prompt. And then we'll verify the Python from a shell. And a last point, which is how to uninstall it. It is also very important because it must be completely uninstalled, else you'll have problems. So let's get started. First thing is go to this python.org website, click on the download section, click on all releases. By default, it will show you the latest version, which is Python 3.8.0. It automatically detects that you are using Windows operating system. Click over here, it will start downloading. You can see that it is a 25 MB file, which will install in 3-4 seconds. And after that, you have to run as an admin in case your group policies are restricted. So click over here, show in folder. This is the download folder. Right click, open or double click or right click and run as administrator. Install now and customize installation. You can see that install now path is pretty long. So I suggest that you change it to customize. Also note this thing, add Python 3.8 to path. If you select this option, next time you will be able to run Python from the command prompt. Check this option and click on the customize installation. Then click next. So here the path is pretty long. So I suggest you browse it. Go to this My Computer, C drive, program file 86, right click, new folder, Python 3.8. Means you can have the path according to your wish. This is the path, very simple. Now install it. So it will take around 5 to 10 minutes to install. So friends, it has been installed because the message has appeared that setup is completed. It is saying thanks to Mark Hammond, and let's close it. It is done now. So I showed you that option which we ticked, which we checked. Okay, with that we will be able to verify and run Python from command prompt. You can see that I am in CMD. So run this Python 3 actually because we are using Python 3. Okay, it is not working. The reason is that this is an older window. Let me run new one for you. Okay, because in this Windows we have only one version, that is Python 3. That is the reason that it is not taking Python 3 as an option. Because in Apple Mac, I told you Apple Mac comes with by default Python 2 as well, 2.7 in my case. So we had to specifically mention Python 3 there. So here it is not required. And when I entered Python space dash version, so it could show me that the version of Python is 3.8.0. Earlier in the same CMD, it did not work because the window was opened before the installation of Python. So from here you can run the Python as well. So hit enter Python. This is a Python shell. This is the one way of opening it. And second is that you search the Python, like this is Python 3.8 and here it is Python 3.8. Click over here. The shell has opened. One thing is Python doesn't compile, it just interprets. So whatever command you enter, it will simply run. It doesn't check it for any syntax error or other kind of errors. It is not like C language. In the college times, we used to make a program, we used to compile it and then run because compiler verifies the errors. It is not the case. Like if I do 10 divided by 3, it simply shows me. If I do print, it prints it. Like 10 plus 5, 9 plus 10 divided by 3, it gives it. So this is basically a way of verifying the Python and running the single line commands. So if you want to create script, in that case you need to create script, save it in .py format and then run. That is another way. But in this video just wanted to show you how to install the Python on Windows operating system, and I have successfully done that. Okay. So this is the way to quit it. So two ways we learned. So if we had not checked that option initially while installing it, then this Python would not have run from command prompt. That's it, friends. My purpose was to show you how to install it. It's very simple lecture. There was no rocket science in that. I hope it's been informative to you. Hello friends. In this video, I'll show you how to connect your workstation with GNS3 device. Actually, we want to test the Python scripting on our workstation, and the best available software to do so is GNS3. But you also need to install GNS3 VM as well on your laptop or desktop. I'm using Apple Mac in this case. The steps to download these are available on GNS3 website. You can follow those. In case you have any difficulty, I have kept one video at the end of this course in the last section. Actually, this video was created particularly for Adaptive Security Appliance image, that is ASA image, but the process is totally same. You just need to install router image instead of ASA. Rest, the steps are totally same and you can simply follow it along. You must be aware that we need to have the IP connectivity to be able to push the script into device. But the GNS3 is installed on our workstation. So how to connect it using IP address? So we need to use a functionality named cloud in GNS3. Let me show you. First of all, let's open GNS3. So we'll give a name to this project. Give any name. Actually, this GNS3 VM is starting. Give it a while. Okay, so we need to connect our workstation using IP to this software. So that can be done using the option of cloud. Drag 7200 router. I have 7200 in VM. Drag it, drag one more. Okay, close it. From this section, click here. Search for cloud. CLOUD. Okay, let's this one. Okay, this one, cloud. Drag it here. Install it in, must download it in GNS3 VM. Okay, and since we want to connect these two routers with our workstation, it means the segment has to be same, right? In that case, we'll use a Ethernet switch here. Let's use switch. Drag it here. Use that in GNS3 VM. So what will happen? R1 and R2 will be in same segment, and the segment will be connected to my workstation. Let me show you. Let me open this terminal. If I do ifconfig, you can see that there are two virtual segments available in my Apple Mac, and these are created by VM, the GNS3 VM. One segment is 172.16.7, another is 192.168.182.0/24. So I can choose one of these segments. So let's first connect R1 to Ethernet switch. Pick any of the interfaces of Ethernet switch and other interface to R2. Let's see which interfaces are there. Let me zoom it so that you can see it well. Now we need to connect this Ethernet switch to this cloud so that the connection gets bridged. Let me pick one interface from here, connect to cloud. So now there are ETH0 and ETH1. So these are interfaces which are created by GNS3 VM. So pick any of those. I showed you in terminal, there were two segments. Choose any one. Now it is asking me to enter my credentials because I am actually connecting my workstation to this GNS3 environment. What basically we have achieved is we connected this Apple Mac to this GNS3 R1 and R2. Let me power it on, both of these. Okay, now let me go to console, R1 console and R2 console and terminal as well. Give it a while. R1 is here, R2 is here. And let me see where is that terminal. Right click, options, new window. So I have config. These two interfaces I was talking about. The ETH0 was this interface, this segment. ETH1 was this one. So let me go to R1 and do show IP interface brief. config t interface fa0/0 no shut IP address DHCP. So I'll make R1 to receive IP from DHCP, and you will notice R1 will receive the IP address from VM of the same range. See, it has received the IP 172.16.700.135. And if I take you back to the terminal, this is that segment. It was ETS0. If we had chosen the second interface, then it would have got the IP of this range, this 192.168.182 range. So R1 received the IP, and similarly R2. IP address DHCP. Show IP interface brief. Give it a while. See, 172.16.7.136 has been allocated to R2. R1 got 135. So what is the IP of our workstation? This one is mistakenly named as SW2. Forgive me for this. Its IP is 172.16.701. So if I try to ping the both router 1 and router 2, I will get the response 135. See, 136. You can see that R1 and R2 are responding. Let me show you. Debug IP packet. Let me try to ping R1 now. See, it means R1 has received the IP from the workstation, so the IP connectivity has established. Similarly, R2, debug IP packet. See this, R2 packets. Now even R1 will be able to ping R2. Let me show you. 172.16.7.136. Okay, show IP ARP. You can see the ARP. This IP belongs to router 2. It's not IP, it's MAC address, sorry. CA02.06E3. Let me show you R2. CA02.06E3. It proves that we have established the connectivity from our workstation till this R1 and R2, and this technique is known as bridging between GNS3 and your workstation. It is very helpful in future as well. In case you want to practice any lab, this cloud can be used. So after that, I'll create one script on this lab, and I will be able to push that on R1 or R2 using the IPs these acquired. And I could also use the static IPs. It is my wish. So I hope you understood my intention. I wanted to establish the connectivity. So do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure a router using Python script. Before I take you to the scripting, I want to give you some information. First of all, I'm using Python 3.8 software on my Apple Mac. So if you have any script which was designed in older version of Python like 2.7, then that script may not work in Python 3.8 due to syntax change. As you can see, syntax has changed on or after Python 3.4, which I have noticed, and scripts of older versions may not work in the latest versions. So since we are network engineers, what we'll do, instead of creating a script from the scratch, we'll just download the sample script and then make changes in that to suit our requirement. Initially, we'll use Telnet script, and later on we'll move towards SSH at later part. So we'll start with the basic stuff first. My requirement is I am on a router R1. Using the script, I want to change the host name to Ashish from R1. And then I want to enable EIGRP 100 and advertise this segment, this all 0, that is all networks, and run this command display show IP protocol and then display show version using the script. Let me take you to internet to show you the differences between 2.7 and 3.8. First of all, let's try to hit enter on Python Telnet script, and once you search, you will get this first page. And now I'll search for the latest script version 3.8, and this is, so you can see once you go down, first thing is this site is python.org, which is the authentic site of it, and this is the sample for Telnet, and this is the same site, but this script is created in 3.8. So this is the latest one, 3.8, and this one is the older one. First thing is, this module import sys is not used in the latest one. See this function raw_input. It has been replaced with input. And also you see this function tn.read_until. There's a keyword named b. B means byte literal. So if you go in deep of each and everything, then I think we will be digressing from our agenda, because we just need to use the scripts to achieve our desired result of automating the configuration of routers and switches and firewalls. So just one heads up, some syntax have changed. Like this syntax is totally different from this syntax. Here they are using encode function, byte literal and ASCII. Don't worry much about it, use the latest one. Let's get started. Let's copy this latest script. So friends, one more thing, in Windows you can use Notepad++, which is an application for doing editing for Python scripts, and in the Mac I'm using Atom, ATOM. This is also very good. So let me delete it first and let me paste it here. So Atom is an application which is very good for programmers. So I have pasted the configuration and let me give it a name, Python, save it as R1, r1.py. See, the Python files must be saved with the extension .py. Save it. So these are modules. We have to import the modules getPass, telnetlib. GetPass module is used for saving the password, and telnetlib is basically a module which will let the script log into the device using telnet application. And this host is variable, this user is variable, this password is also variable. So here it is saying that host equal to commas localhost. Here we can simply put in the IP address of the router, and instead of that we can also prompt the script for IP address of device. That we can do, but let's just understand it first. And this variable will seek input from us like username, and then password will be saved in this variable. And then this variable tn, it is referencing to module telnetlib, and this telnet is function within the telnetlib module which is referencing to host. Host is what? Is our IP address. It is saying that log into this device using telnet. After that it is saying read until login. Actually it is saying once you get this keyword login, read till that and stop. Then we have to enter the username. But we don't get the login, right? We get the username prompt in our devices. Remember it. You must have noticed it. If you don't change it, the script won't work. After that, we don't have to change anything till here. Now, so here we need to paste the commands. So whatever we want to achieve. I want to change the host name, I want to set up the EIGRP, and I want to display the output of show IP protocol, show version. So I'll paste those commands here, but let's start GNS3 and set up the basic things. Let's go to Launchpad. Where is my GNS3? Here it is. So I'll just use single router. I'll not make it very complex. So I'll not take much of your time. I'll fetch 17200 router which is in VM. Okay, actually it is starting GNS3 VM, so give it a while. In the background it is trying to run VF Fusion. So you have to give some 3-4 seconds. Okay, it is working now. It has given the name R3, not an issue. And then you have to search for cloud. This and drag it. Use it on GNS3 VM. So we are basically looking to connect our workstation to router 3 using cloud. Cloud will be used as a method of bridging. Let me change it to R1 because this is our first router. It is not changing. Okay, not an issue. It is not a big thing. Let's just connect it fast Ethernet to Ethernet 0 of cloud 1. It is asking me to enter my credential because this is like connecting your laptop with the GNS3 software which it doesn't recognize. Let's start it. Now let's use console. Let me zoom it as well so that you can see it clearly. This is terminal. Give it a while. It will take around 10-15 seconds. First of all, let me change its host name to, okay. See, we need to set up the initial connectivity. If you do show IP interface brief, it doesn't show the IP. We'll set up the IP address. No shut. IP address DHCP. We want VM to allocate this IP address to this interface. Okay, and also set up the line V device so that the script can log in this device using Telnet. You can set up the password as well, login local. Let's also create username password. We want to log in using a username Ashish. Make it privilege 15, secret Ashish. Okay, so initial connectivity is there. Let's see if it has received the IP from DHCP or not. It has received the IP 172.16.7.139. Let me copy it and test it. Let me try to Telnet. If it works, it means connectivity has been established. I can log in. Okay, it means Telnet is working. So let's prepare this script. Where is our script? It was there in this atom. So what is the IP address we need to mention it here? 172.16.7.139. It will ask us to enter your remote account or your GNS3 account, whatever. We have to make it read till the keyword username. When we logged in, it prompted us username, right? The script had the keyword login. Login is used in, I think, Unix based servers, but in routers it prompts for username. That's why I've mentioned it username here. Now what did we want the script to do? We wanted the script to change the host name to Ashish. So these write functions, these will be used to write the commands. So instead of ls command, we want first thing, I want to change the host name. How will that happen? It has to go into configure terminal. Copy this command, Control C. Let me paste it 5-6 times because a lot of commands will be pasted. First, it enters the command config terminal. Then it has to change the host name to Ashish. Then what? I have to enable EIGRP 100. It's the autonomous system number. So here router EIGRP 100. And remember this /n means next line. It will go to next line. We need to enable EIGRP 100. No auto summary. Let me advertise all networks here. I don't have any network. I'm just trying to show you how this achieves the purpose. Now we have to exit from the routing protocol configuration mode. So we have to enter exit here. Now it has moved to configuration mode. Then I want to display the show IP protocol. For this command to work, I have to move to the privilege mode. So I have to use one more exit. And then run the command show IP protocol. This command will tell us whether EIGRP is running or not. And then we have to run the command show version. And then exit. We have to exit from this session. Only then we'll get the output using print function. This print will display everything that this script has pushed onto device. So here we have to mention exit. Okay, and if you want to save the configuration, or use the keyword write mem. This script will work, but there is a catch here. Catch is that, I'll tell you as per my experience, once you run this command show version, if the output is pretty long, it will wait for us to hit enter or press the space bar to move forward, move further. Because the terminal page length is set to 20, I think 20 or 30 lines per page. So I would suggest you to make it terminal length 0 so that you don't get into issues. So here you enter this command initially, terminal length 0. So what will happen, even if the output is long, it will not wait for us to supply the enter or space bar. So it is done now. This print function will display us what has actually happened. Now we'll save this file. The name is r1.py. Our purpose is to configure these things. So let's go to desktop. Okay, this is a file. See, this file can be run from multiple places. Let's run it from terminal. we have to use the command python 3 space r1.py. You know what, it will not work. The reason is we have not navigated this terminal to use the files or read the files of desktop. This file is there in the desktop, so I have to navigate it to or redirect it to desktop. Now I need to run this file python 3, because this is the python 3 software we are using. Apple comes with python 2.7 as well, so we have to specifically mention 3 and hit the enter. It is saying enter your username account. It is not asking for the IP address. The reason is that we already mentioned the IP there itself. Now it is asking us to enter the password. See, it has done everything. See, let me scroll up now. At this point, we ran this command. Here I entered the Ashish, password Ashish. Then it entered the command terminal length 0. Then configuration terminal, hostname Ashish, EIGRP AS number is defined, no auto summary, network, exit. Here it exited from the protocol mode, then it exited from the configuration mode so that it could go to privilege mode to run this command show IP protocol. Okay. So it shows that EIGRP has been configured. After that I wanted to run the command show version, because you see the output was pretty long. So that is the reason I mentioned the length as 0 and exit. But did it save the config or not? Let's see if we had the command here. Or see what foolish thing we did. We should have mentioned this command just above this, because this command will not run once the session is broken. So delete this one and save. So once you try to re-enter it, it will re-push those commands. See, it has re-pushed all the commands and it has displayed as the output. Now this time it saved as well. It saved the configuration. Now let's see if this really happened. You can see that gave 2 messages on the console saying that somebody is logged in from this IP. This is the IP of workstation. Hit enter. Okay, see, the hostname has changed. And show IP protocol shows that things have been configured. Show run pipe section EIGRP. These were the commands I entered. So friends, how simple it is to use the script. One last thing before I wrap up this lecture. Here we mentioned the IP in the script itself. We could have asked this script to prompt us the IP. Enter the IP address. We'll just change this line. We'll use the keyword input bracket, enter the IP address. This input actually basically function. Now the script doesn't have the IP. We'll enter the IP. Enter the IP address of device and let's save it here. Earlier we were not being prompted for the IP. Now see, now it is asking us to enter the IP 172.16.7.139 if I'm not mistaken. Enter your GNS3 account Ashish, password is Ashish. See, things have been done and we got this configured by Ashish. So scripts can be modified according to your need. I'll try to upload this script to you as well. See how easy it is. My suggestion is that test everything before doing the real scripting work on the real-time devices. So I explained you how Python scripting is done. So friends, I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure multiple devices in one go using Python scripting. So let me show you what my plan is. I'm using GNS VM here and you can see that there are 3 routers, router 1, 2, 3 connected to a layer 2 switch, which is further connected with cloud, with which we can connect our workstation with the GNS VM. I'm using GNS VM and Python 3.8. So let me show you what my plan is. My target is that I want to configure all of these routers with EIGRP 300 using the script. The condition here is that I should not be prompted to enter the IP addresses once the script is run, and I should only be asked to enter the credentials only once. Okay, so we have to make changes in the script. So here I've told you GNS VM is being used. Python 3.8 is the current version that I'm using. Main condition here is that the routers should have the IP addresses in sequence. That is like router 1's IP is 141, router 2's is 142, and then 143. Let me show you. This is router 1. You can see this IP is 172.16.7.141. 2 is 172.16.7.142, and third one is 143. You will see that. Okay, so I'll use the script which I used for previous lecture. Okay, scripts will be uploaded in each lecture. Let me take you there. This is the script which I have prepared. This is the old script, so I'll modify it. Okay, so first thing is, let me okay, here I mentioned that I should not be asked to enter IP addresses each time. Okay, so it means that this from the previous script we should not I should not get this line, enter the IP. Let's delete this one. Okay, and I want to enter the credentials only once, so this one is required. But understand here is that since there is a repetition, right, so we want to run some commands like these commands. Let me remove these two because I don't want to use, and here I want to use EIGRP 300. So I want to use these commands on all of the routers. Okay, so here I'll use for loop. Okay, for loop is if you have done some programming in your college time or in school time, then you would have some idea. It is basically used for repeating certain things. Okay, some steps will be repeated till till the time you don't reach the end point. Okay, since we have three routers, right, we'll start with the first IP address 141. We'll configure these IPs, then we'll go to 142, 143, so on. But in this case we'll stop till 143. So here friends, we have to use the for loop. So here you have to run this enter this line for variable will be IP. Okay, in range. What is the range? Start range is 141. Actually the first three octets are same, 172.16.7. if you see here, these first three octets are same, right? So we'll use a variable to store this value, the fourth octet. So that is the reason I'm using this IP as a variable for IP in range 141 till 143. Actually we want to configure three routers, so it should be 143 from the eyes of a common man, but actually in Python we have to use AND value plus 1 here. Okay, so it will be 144. So this loop will start from 141 and will end till 143, and then colon here. Okay, so this statement is done. And remember that spacing is very important here. Since we are using for loop, so all of these statements which need repetition should be brought under this. So there should be 4 spaces from the beginning, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, then we have to mention the next statement if we want that statement to be part of this for loop. Here I'll use variable host. See, actually host is the variable which will store the value. Here what value it will store? It will store the first 3 octets. Okay, this 172.16.7 dot, okay, then this, because this one is fixed, right, plus string. What is string? First 3 octet plus the value which is saved in the variable IP. So it will become, for the first time, it will become 172.16.7.141. okay. We can also choose to print the message like we are logging into router dash plus str. It will say router 141 for the first time, and then this one, okay. So we'll get a message that the script is logging into first router. Alright, like I told you, spacing is very important, 4 spaces, and if you can't enter the space bar multiple times, just use the tab, see, then it will read the this keyword username colon, okay, because router prompts this. Rest of the things should be same, because it will read till username and it will enter the username which we entered here. See here, user, that is why it is saying tn write user, okay, in ASCII format, and then it will match the password. And since there's an if statement, so all of the statements which are part of the if should come under if. So there has to be 4 spaces, 1 2 3 4, okay. And if you can't do so, press tab, okay. And this statement is also part of if statement. Alright, now we've configured the for loop. These 2 lines are out of this for loop because we want to enter credentials only once, okay. Now these lines should be, this command should be configured in all 3 routers. If we don't put that in the for loop, then this script will not function as desired. So press tab here. And this print statement should also be part of this for loop, okay. Let's save it and then run it. Let me open terminal. First of all, my file is stored in desktop. I have to navigate to desktop. Here I'll say python 3 space r2.py. It is asking me to enter my credentials. Ashish, password Ashish. Actually, username password I have already configured. Basic connectivity like IP addressing is done. Line VTY 0 space 4 command is done. So you see that it has given some error. It is saying name host is not defined. So let's try to find out where did we do wrong. Which line it said? It said line number 8. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. This should be part of this for loop actually, okay. Only then it will log in into device. Let's see, it is logged in. Earlier it was giving some error because it is saying host is not defined. The reason was that once we entered the IP address, it could not connect using telnet library. So we missed it. We should have this tn variable here. Okay, now you see that after that it displayed the message, we are logging into router 141, which is router 1. Okay, it configured the host name, it configured EIGRP 300, ran the command show IP protocol, then it moved to router 142, and you mentioned you noticed that we did not get prompted to enter the IP addresses and credentials were only supplied once. Okay, this verifies that 300 AS number of EIGRP is run, and this is router 3. Let's check it out. See, neighborship is up as well. Show IP EIGRP neighbor. Okay, it is up. Earlier it was not there. In the next video, I'll try to create a script which will prompt us to enter the IP addresses, because in real life you don't need to expect the IPs to be in order. One IP can be 10.115, other can be 172, 78, 61, 32, right? So I'll configure that script. You see that it is done. So friends, this script will be available in the lecture itself. You can download. So I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. Hello friends. In this video, I'll show you how to create a Python script with which we will be able to configure multiple devices which have different range of IP addresses. For example, if your boss tells you that you have to configure 3 routers with same set of commands, however, the IP addresses are, let's say, first router has 10.115, while second has 172.78.1.5, third one is 192.168.1.2. So in that case, the previous script will not work wherein the IPs were in sequence or in order. Okay, in the previous video we had the privilege of same range, like, and same order, 141, 142, 143. Here the script will be changed a bit. So the commands can be anything of your choice. Here I'll use EIGRP 200. Just a recap, I'm using GNS3 VM here, Python 3.8. Our IP addresses are not in sequence. Okay, though they are in sequence, but I'll configure it in different order. Okay, and cloud is GNS3 used to connect my workstation with GNS3 VM, and Ethernet switch is used to connect routers which are in common segment. Okay, but here basically a script will prompt us to enter the IP of our choice. Okay, for loop will be used here as well, but we need to tweak this script. So let me open the old script first. I have copied that into this R3. Okay, this is the script, the previous one, right? So not this one. This one was the script. Let me duplicate it. Okay, this is the one. I'll open it. Okay, you can see that we had the range. Here what we will do will not have the range. We'll have number of devices. Here I want to configure 3 devices. Okay, so instead of this range, I'll just remove this one and we'll mention 3 here. 3 means 3 devices I want to configure. Here I'll not embed this this IP address. 3 octets are not same here, though they are in same in reality, but I want to configure it in different fashion. Here the host variable will have input from our side. Okay, input, enter the IP address of your device. Okay, it will configure it so that it prompts us enter. So it will print we are logging into router. Script here I'll use, instead of variable IP I'll use host here, so that it tells us that we are logging into this IP address. Okay, then it will telnet. Here because this is an old script which was configured to use the credentials once, but we want credentials to be asked every time. So this in these two statements, enter your GNS3 account and password one, will be removed from here and put under the for loop. Okay, so we need to once it, first of all it will log in, right? Only then it will ask you to enter the credentials. So these two statements should be pasted here. You understood? First of all, we'll ask it to enter the IP. It will print the message that we are logging into this particular device. It will then telnet. This is the variable, okay, to which it will telnet. Then this statement will ask us to enter your GNS3 account or username password. It will store it in this variable. Okay, then it will read till it gets this particular prompt. Okay, and rest of the things will be same, like it will verify the password. Okay, so here this IP variable, it doesn't have much value here. It is just that it has value and it will repeat till that time. So 3 means it will start from 1, 2, 3 repetition. Total number of repetition will be 3. Okay, and the same commands will be mentioned here. Let me make it this, and EIGRP will be 200. Okay, so right now you can see that these routers don't have the any protocol running. Best way is that you test these scripts on GNS3, like I'm doing. I'm also testing it before recording. I can't afford to make mistakes while recording, right? So you can see that. So script is prepared. It is very simple. Okay, like I'm not a master of Python, but I'm just trying to learn it like you. So let me save it. Its name is R2 space copy space 2. Name is a bit confusing, but don't worry. First of all, let's move to navigate to desktop. Python 3 space R2 space copy space 2.py. Did we do any mistake here? R2 space copy space 2.py. 2.py. Let me close it. Which one was my file? This one was my file. Let me rename it to make it very simple name. R4 or R3. R3 is already there. R4. I'm gonna open it. Yes, it's that file. So let me run it now. First of all, let me also merge it. Python 3 space R4. Enter the IP address of the device. I want to configure the second router first. 172.16.7.1. Okay, let's configure third router first. 143. Okay. It is saying we are logging into this router having the IP. Okay. Enter the user count. It is configured the router 3. Let's see if that's configured. See, it got a message. So its name should have changed. Hit enter. See, it has changed. Let me see. It has been configured the way we wanted, while router 1 and router 2 are not yet configured. Okay, so let's configure router 1 now. 172.16.7.141. Okay, right now my IPs are in sequence, but I'm just configuring it like any other IP address. Okay, it is giving you a message that you are into this. It is done. Now it is asking me to enter the third IP because I had mentioned the range is 3. Okay, 3. Let me make it 7.142. Before hitting enter, let me see if R1 is done. See, R1 has formed the neighborship. Show IPE IGRP neighbor, because these are in common segment, that is why R1 and R3 are neighbor now, while R2 doesn't have any neighborship. It doesn't have it. It is a lone warrior. Hit enter. It is done, and see, it is now prompting us to this one, my Mac terminal. It means it has completed its journey now. Let's see, R2 is done. See, R2 has formed neighborship with R1 and R3. This is the beauty. Okay, so I'll also upload this script so that you can save it. And believe me, this script will be very helpful for you. You just have to enter your commands here, right? I don't think you have to do anything else. Yeah, here you have to mention number of devices you want to configure. This line will prompt you to enter the IP address, and this will give you a message. And commands you can mention here. The script will be very useful, but it will only work on Python 3.4 and after, because I'm using 3.8, so it will work here. Because some things have changed, like this input. Here we use input. In the earlier versions, the keyword was raw input, RAW_input. Okay, so we achieved what we wanted to. So save this script. I'll rename it, and then you can download. So friends, thank you so much for your time. I hope you liked this lecture. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure a switch using Python 3.8 script. So in previous 3 videos, I was using routers. So in this, I'm using switch. There is no difference between configuring a switch or router or firewall or Nexus device. As long as we have IP connectivity and where to log in into the device, Python script will work. Okay, so in this I have a purpose to achieve. Let me show you the diagram first. So there are 2 switches that I have, and these are layer 3. Basically, I'm using 3725 routers image, which has functionality of layer 2 as well. It doesn't have full-fledged functionality, but basic functions can be implemented and tested. So you can see that I'm using a link between these two switches, F1/4 interface on each side. So it will be used as a trunk. Okay, so there's a layer 2 switch which is basically used to connect cloud with layer 3 switches, so that these two switches which are on top, these get the IP from DHCP. Cloud is used to connect workstation with the GNS3. So you can see that both of these switches, I can log in and I'm able to get the IP address. The first switch has the IP 172.16.7.143, while the other one has 144. Okay, on second one I've used DHCP, and for first one I've used manual because DHCP was giving a different IP address. So it doesn't matter, as long as IP connectivity is there, things will work. So script. Okay, I'll configure 4 things using the Python script. First one is I'll enable IP routing on both switches. We'll use VLAN 20 on both switches 1 and 2, and the link has FA1/4 interfaces on each side. So I'll configure these as trunk with encapsulation .1q. I'll configure one SVI, that is switched virtual interface, that is a layer 3 interface for VLAN 20. We'll assign IP addresses on both of these switches. So basically I'll log in into switch individually in the sense that first I'll prepare the script for first switch and then for the second switch. There is not much change except the IP address, so things will work very quickly. So in this video we are configuring a single switch at one time. So talking about the script which I used in the first video wherein a single router was configured, the same script will work. Okay, but let me show you that script. This is that script. Let me duplicate it. I'll make it I'll rename it SW switch 1 test. Okay, so I'm gonna open that file now. So you can see that it has the commands which I used earlier. Okay, so let me remove all those which are not required. Okay, I'll add many commands here. First of all, let me explain this these statements again. First two are basically we are importing the libraries. Telnet library is basically used to log in into a device using Telnet. So this the first line will ask you to enter the IP address of the device. So here you can make it like switch. Okay, and then it will the second variable. First one is also variable, host variable. Second one is user. So it'll basically prompt you to enter the username and then password. This one will be used for accepting the password. Okay, and this tn variable which is referencing to this library, and it'll basically log into the device switch in this case. So once the switch logs in, means the script logs into the switch, it will read till it doesn't get this. So once it gets this keyword username colon, it will stop there. Then you have to enter the username. Alright, and if password matches, so ultimately you can just copy and paste this script, nothing much. The main things are here. So first of all, let me add certain commands. Let me copy and paste this line multiple times because a lot of commands will be required. Okay, first thing was this terminal length 0 is not actually required because we are not verifying any output in this script. First one will be configure terminal. I told you that I want to configure IP routing on both switches, so I have to mention the command IP routing here. Let's use small gaps. Second thing is we need to set up VLAN 20. Okay, so here I'll mention VLAN space 20. Then I have to configure this FA1/4 interface as trunk on both sides. Okay, so here I have to, once I can create VLAN, I have to exit, and here I have to enter this command interface VLAN 20, then the IP address will be 20.1.1.1 for first switch, and this one will be the mask. Okay, I should be configuring the FA1/4, not the VLAN here, sorry. Here it will be FA1/4. Alright, here it will not be the layer 3, we have to make it layer 2. Okay, because we will be configuring trunk here. Switch port is a command which converts the port from layer 3 to layer 2. And then here I'll mention the command switch port trunk encapsulation .1q. Here switch port mode trunk. Okay, we also have to enable this port, so no shutdown. Then this one is done. Now we need to create layer 3 SVI VLAN 20. Here interface VLAN 20, then IP address 20.1.1.1. okay, because this right now I'm preparing it for switch 1. Then no shutdown. Okay, yes, and we have to exit twice. First exit will get you to the configuration mode, second will get you to the privilege mode, and third one will require to exit from the session. So here you have to use exit 3 times. So this script is ready. Okay, so let me save it. So I've told you that this is IP address of switch 1 and this one is switch 2. First I'll run it on the switch number 1. I'll mention this IP address. Let me open terminal here, new window, go to the desktop, because this file switch 1 test, you can see it here, switch 1 test, this is in desktop. We are using Python 3.8, which is part of Python 3 space switch 1 test.py. hit enter. It is asking you to enter the IP address of switch 1. Okay, switch actually, because the script is used only for one switch. So 172.16.7.144. let us verify it before we do any change. Sorry, 143. See, mistakes happen, so always verify it. 144 is for second switch. It is asking you to enter the credentials. Ashish. So it is working. See, it has configured everything. IP routing it enabled it configured VLAN 20, it exited from VLAN mode, it moved to this interface, it moved it into layer 2. The switch port trunk encapsulation.1 command is used for configuring encapsulation.1q for trunking. This mode is configured as trunk, enabled it, SVI, IP address, no shutdown, exit, exit, exit. Okay, see how beautifully it has happened. You can see that these messages appeared because it noticed some activity. It says that configured from console by Ashish, and this is the IP address of my workstation 7.1. Okay, and you can even check show IP ARP. It has my MAC address as well. The status has changed to up. So now we should configure the switch number 2. Its IP is 144. So let's tweak the script. The only change we have to make is the IP address of VLAN 20. Let's make it 2. Okay, now let's save it and execute the same script again. Let me merge all the windows first. Its name is okay. Let me execute the same script, python switch1 test. This one is the name of the script. Again, it is asking me to enter the IP 7.144 is what it is. Okay, initial connectivity should be there. Now I'll enter my username Ashish, password is Ashish. Now it will be configuring you can see that the messages have appeared on the switch number 2, and here these commands have been configured. You can see that it logged in into switch 2. Okay, when it logged in, it got this message. This is a normal router with switch module. Okay, it is not a complete switch, but anyways, you can see that this IP is also configured. So let's verify, have we achieved what we wanted to. 1/4 show run interface VLAN 20. This is switch 1. Okay, whether it is up. Actually it is down, but I'll tell you a way to bring it up. Actually it is not a perfect switch, but anyways, my purpose is just to show you how script works. Here VLAN 20 is up. Show run interface VLAN 20. It is done. Show run interface. Trunking is configured now. So let me reset this trunk port once. I've seen that resetting it resolves the issue, but it doesn't happen on actual switches. You can see that now the state of VLAN 20 is changed to up. Okay, so we should try to ping the other IP address, that is 20.1.1.2. Forget about this VLAN 30, it is already there for. Let's wait because it may take some time. I'll also verify the trunk status. Show interface trunk. It is showing it is up. Let me try to ping again. Say it is pinging. So it takes around 10-15 seconds sometimes, because this is a module. I'm using a router with additional layer 2 module to achieve the purpose. Okay, so you friends, you understood that the script is very helpful, right? It is very good for switching as well. So in this video I just want to configure single switch at one time. In next video I'll configure single switch with multiple VLANs using for loop. Like if your manager tells you to configure VLAN 20 till VLAN 50, that is a total of 31 VLANs. So you cannot keep on typing it. Okay, So better you use a for loop. It will start from 20 and automatically it will create those many VLANs for you. Efforts will reduce. So second lecture will be about single switch multiple VLANs using for loop. And after that there would be one lecture wherein I'll configure multiple switches, multiple VLANs using for loop. So basically 2 for loops will be used. So friends, I hope that you understood it. You can download this script from the course itself. There would be resources section where the file will be there. The name of the file will be different, but it doesn't matter. I'll try to make it very simple name in sequence order and will let you know. So do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Hello friends. So in this video I'll show you how to configure multiple VLANs on a single switch. So I know that you can simply type in the commands like VLAN 20, 21, 22 in the Python script and do it. But the question here is that if the number of VLANs are really big in numbers, like if I tell you to configure 100 VLANs starting from VLAN 20, so you cannot keep on typing the commands on this script itself. It will take much time, and in addition to, if I tell you to mention the name as well, like VLAN underscore 20, VLAN underscore 21, so it will take much time, and possibilities that you may end up confusing yourself by entering wrong things in the Python script. So let me tell you one method. So one very simple method is that you use a for loop here, but the problem here is that in Python 3.8 certain commands and syntax have changed. So the scripts which used to work in 3.4 or before, 3.3 or before, those things will not work here. So let me tell you what can be done. So let me open one Python script. So you can see that it's a very simple script. So if you have to print in 100 VLANs manually, you will do something like it, VLAN 20 and VLAN 21, VLAN 22, and so on, right? And if in addition to, you have to mention the name, like name VLAN underscore 20, the file will become really big. Okay, to resolve this issue, the best method is that, let me revert the change that I did. Okay, best method is that we use for loop. Okay, the for loop will be like, you have to use a variable named x here. It can be anything as per your choice. So mention the range. You want to start from 21, you want to go till 120, right? So here you have to mention 121. All right. So here what most of the people do, they search in Google and they type in the commands, the statements written for old version of Python like this. Let me give you one example what people write it. They think that it will work this way. String x plus okay, they type in like this. They think that the loop will start. Okay, they add this string here in this statement. So let me try to execute it after saving it, and let me show you what error you will get. 16.7.143. Let me enter the username password. It is saying line number 19, type error, cannot concatenate str to bytes. Basically B here means byte literal. Okay, so it is trying to write in byte format. Alright, so here we are using string, so both cannot be combined together. This is the error. The solution to this is that you use different statement. See, from the perspective of network engineer, you don't need to go in detail of these things. Start it like this, and you have to use curly braces here. Okay, followed by this \n, this dot format. You have to use these functions. Okay, here x dot encode. Okay, so what this will do, it will print the command VLAN space the number 21. Once it will start from 21, and within these curly braces the number will be printed. Okay, so you have to use this line in Python 3.8 in order to make this loop work. Okay, so in addition to, you can also use one more line to print the names VLAN, name VLAN Ashish underscore VLAN underscore. You can mention like 21. Okay, so in that case you have to use curly braces here. Dot format x dot encode. Okay, so if you want to learn almost everything about Python, there are many other courses which will start from basic and will go till the top level. But from the network engineer, you have to remember these things. So just save the script. So I'm gonna just save it. So within these curly braces, the number will be typed. Okay, so let me try to execute now and see if it works or not. Let's see, it is not giving any error. Actually, I have kept these three statements out of for loop because loop should print only VLAN and name. Okay, so once the loop stops at 120, it should come out of this for loop and then type exit to get exit from the VLAN. This one will be to exit from the config mode to privilege mode, and this is for exiting from the privilege to the this one will be used for exiting from the session. Now see what is the error message. Okay, lot of error messages have occurred. Okay, names could not be typed in, but you see that alright, actually there was a limitation in this particular switch that maximum of 32 VLANs can be there in the database, but you see that till 52 it worked really well. Alright, so our script has worked. You cannot say that it hasn't worked, and it has typed the names like we wanted, Ashish underscore VLAN underscore the VLAN number. So anyways, let me log in into switch. This is switch number 1. The command to check VLAN is show VLAN switch brief, but this command is not used in real actual switches. You can see that the VLANs have been created. Okay, so now let's run that on the other other switch. I'll just restrict it till 25 VLANs, in this case 26. Okay, let me save it. Now I'm gonna run that on other switch. Let me show you how many VLANs does this switch have. It has only VLAN 20. Okay, never mind, we'll start now. And what is the IP address of this switch? Show run interface. It has 700.144. Okay, so here 172.16.7.144. So let's see if it works or not. I think it should work. There should not be any issues. You can also do debug. Okay, it is done now. You can see that the message has appeared. Configured from console by Ashish on this V-device. This is the workstation's IP. Okay, see, it has executed on ESW2 the way we wanted. See how easy it is. Show VLAN switch brief. See, all of the VLANs are present now. So this thing, these two commands are needed. You'll not find these in the Google because people have not created the Python for networking course in this particular version of Python, that is 3.8. Okay, you'll only find till 2.7 or 3.1, but not beyond that. So keep this file with you. So in the next video, what I'll do is I'll log into multiple switches and create multiple VLANs. So there would be 2 for loops. Okay, so let me stop this video here, and once I'm back, I'll start from the same script and add one more for loop. Okay, so that things get configured on multiple switches quickly. Okay, so thank you so much for your time. I hope you enjoyed it, and do give me appropriate rating and feedback. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure multiple switches with multiple VLANs using multiple for loops. Okay, so in the previous video, I showed you how to configure a single switch with multiple VLANs using single for loop. Okay, for loop is basically used for repeating certain statements. So in the previous lab, there was a condition that I want to configure VLAN 21 till 45. Okay, so instead of creating VLANs individually, I wanted to repeat it using for loop. Okay, so you have that script. The same script I'll use, but I'll make some changes so that multiple switches are configured with the same configuration. Okay, so here you can see that I want to configure VLAN 21 till 41 or 45 on 3 switches, switch 1 2 3. So 2 loops will be used. One loop will be used for repeating the configuration on multiple switches, and second loop will be used for repeating the VLAN statements. Okay, so here is the diagram. You can see the middle switch. This is basically acting as a hub. Okay, so it's providing a broadcast multi-access network. So there are 3 layer 3 switches. Okay, so it's basically a layer 3 module in 3850 router. Okay, so I want to accomplish basic switch functions, so that is why I'm using these. And this cloud, it's a method with which we can connect our workstation to GNS3. Okay, the IP address of switch 1 is this one. You see, 172.16.7.146. This switch 2 has 7.147 and switch 3 has 7.148. Okay, so let me minimize it, and I'm going to open the script, the same script of previous lecture. So this is the script. Let me create a duplicate of it. Okay, so this is a duplicate script. Let me rename it make it simple, M switch. Okay, so let me open this script. Here it is. So you can see that here, since we are using the Python 3.8 code, so we needed to use this these uncode statement here. So basically this for loop was used to repeat the VLAN statements. Like here it was VLAN space these brackets. So first statement which was written using this for loop was VLAN space 21, then 22, 23 along with the names. Okay, the name was Ashish underscore VLAN underscore 21. So what we will do here, we want to configure the 3 switches using the same commands. Okay, so what are the things we want? We want the script to prompt for IP address, username, password. Okay, it should verify the password. Alright, then it should repeat this for loop. So basically we need to create a loop here. Okay, I'll use for here. For let's use y variable. Okay, for y in range, since there are 3 switches, so I'll use 3 here and colon. Alright, since we want to configure the switch with the same statement, so we have to put these lines, these statements under this for loop. Okay, so we have to add 4 spaces, or we can use tab here. Okay, move all these under the for loop. This will be used to log in into the device using Telnet. See, right now these lectures are being recorded for login into devices using Telnet. Okay, so when I move to NetMiko and Paramiko, you will see how to log in into a device using SSH. Okay, so means if you have the option of SSH only, then this script will not work. It is only for Telnet. Okay, so let's move every of these statements under the under the 4. Like there's if statement, so these 2 statements should be under the if statement. Okay, similarly here, and these two are part of this for loop, right? So we need to move it under for loop with x variable. Alright, so this is done. So let's save it, and let me open the terminal. This is the terminal. Let me move to cd space desktop. It is already there. Anyways, so what I need to do, Python 3 space, what is the name of the file? mswitch.py. It is asking me to enter the IP address of switch. What was that? The first one. Even you can configure as per your wish. Let's configure switch 2 first. Its IP is 172.16.7.147. Okay, enter the credentials. Ashish. Basic Telnet should be allowed. See, let's see. Okay, it has pasted these configuration, these lines. So these commands have been repeated courtesy for loop, the second for loop. You can see that the message has appeared that it has been configured from this IP 7.1. So now it is again asking me to enter the IP address of second device. I can even mention the IP of the same device if I want. There is no such restriction. 7.146. Okay, let's make it 148, which is the switch number 3. 16.7.148. Let me also show you that this switch doesn't have the VLANs. Show VLANs dash switch. It doesn't have it. Hit enter. Now you will see that the VLANs will be created. Okay, till 27 it has been created. It's done till 45. Okay, now we've got the message saying that the change has happened. It has been done by Ashish, console by Ashish on V85.0. That is the first session. This IP, see, it has pasted the config. You can see it. Now let's mention the IP address of first one, 172.16.7.146. Show VLAN dash switch brief. Okay, it is done. See, the message has appeared now. So you can see. So this is how the script can be used. So I will save this script and will upload in the same video which in which I'm speaking. Okay, you will find a resources section. The file will be there. The name may be different. I'll try to have names in sequence so that you remember it. But friends, you can save these scripts. It'll work in Python 3.8. It will be very useful, and moreover it is very simple. Okay, so you just need to know where to make changes. There is no need to learn the complete Python at this stage. Okay, as it is a beginning, we cannot afford to spend 3-4 months learning Python and then scripting for configuring switches. It will delay our operations. So thank you so much, friends. I hope you're happy with this video. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure Cisco ASA firewall using Python 3.8 script. Many people had doubt whether the firewall can be configured or not. The answer is yes, it can be configured, and the way is different. We need to use the same script which we used for configuring router and switch. The way is very same, but since people wanted it, so I thought of creating a lecture in this. So I'll use the script number 1 which I prepared for configuring router. I'll make certain changes. So let's do this exercise. So my target is that I want to configure a host name from default to this one using the script of Python. Second is that I want to configure gig 0/1 with the name outside, security level 10, and IP this. I want to configure second interface with this name DMZ, dematerialized zone. Security level will be 50 and IP will be of this range. So we need to activate both interfaces, and I want to run this command show IP using the script. So what is the pre-script setup? I'll configure the first interface, which is gig 0/0, to receive the IP from DHCP. I'll create a local user named Ashish with password Ashish. I'll set up enable password. I'll enable telnet access. I'll configure ASA to allow local user to log in into ASA using telnet. So let's go in there. This is the diagram. Okay, and I'll use the first script. Let me close it. So this is the script. Let me show you. Where is that? This is the one. It is going to open it. Let me open a duplicate copy of it first of all. Right click, duplicate, it is done. Let me rename it. I'll make it ASA script. Okay, so I'm gonna double click over it. It will open up now. You can see that we had configured this router to use EIGRP. I'll delete those. We need to see what kind of prompt do we get. Do we get the username or something different? I think we get username. So if we get login, then we need to replace the username with the login. Okay, so in the this thing will remain same. Enter the IP address of the device, or you can just make it like enter the IP address of ASA firewall. Okay, so here you can mention enter your username and password. Okay, enter your username first, not password right now. Password will be prompted here. So, and here we can mention the commands which we want. So first of all, let's configure the basic setup because I have not yet configured this ASA firewall. So this is the Cisco ASA firewall. So if you do show IP, you will not see an interface. If you do show interface IP brief, you will see all of the interfaces in down. Actually, I'm using the first interface, which is gig 0/0 to receive the IP address DHCP. No, shut it. Name is mandatory. I'll make it inside. Security level is 100 by default. Show IP. You can see that it has received the IP 149 from DHCP. Okay, so I also need to configure username Ashish, password Ashish, privilege you can make it 15. I also need to create enable password Ashish. What else? We need to set up telnet. Here we need to define the IP address of the source and the subnet mask of that because we are allowing only the single user, so /32 will do, and we have to mention on through which telnet should be allowed. Okay, inside. So also we need to make sure that we log into this ASA using telnet, and we should be prompted to enter username password. Let me show you one thing. If you do telnet to this firewall, it will ask you to enter password directly. Okay, it's basically asking telnet password. I don't want this thing. I want username to be prompted. So here we have to configure AAA authentication telnet console, here capital local. Okay, AAA authentication telnet console local. It is configured now. Let me now again see, it is asking for username password, so script will work. Okay, so this is the way to configure it. Basic setup is done right now. Okay, and you can see that it also has other interfaces. Show IP, show in IP brief. So we need to configure these two interfaces using script. Okay, so here is the script. Okay, so where is my script? Here it is. The first command should be enable. Let me copy and paste it some 15 times because 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, because a lot of commands will be needed. First enable, it will ask to enter the password. Just make it like Ashish, and the first command will be configure terminal. Second will be to configure the interface gig 0/1. Okay, then no shutdown. We need to configure name if as outside. I'll make it outside. Okay, I want to make it security level to 10. See this script. Okay, with this segment, security level 10, IP address 172.6. okay, 18, what was that, 16 8.1.255.255.255.0. okay, and after that we need to configure the other interface, which is gig 0/2. It also needs to be configured almost similarly. No shutdown. Name if DMZ. Security level, I'll make it 50, and let me add these this command few more times. Okay, security level 50 and IP address 172.16.9.1255.255.255.0. I think we are done. So here we need to end from here. It will take us to privilege mode. Here we can run the command show IP. Okay, and we can also run the command show interface IP brief. Okay, and if you are worried about that terminal length, initially you can add this additional command here on the top, which is terminal length 0, but I'm not sure if this command works in Cisco ASA. Let's verify it. What is the command? If I do show interface IP brief, that is enough. We don't need this command. So it will display this, then exit from here. Okay, so I think this script should be okay. We can save it. So let's try. So right now you can see it doesn't have much configuration. Python 3 space ASA script. No, I think it will not like spacing. See, it will not like spacing. So one thing I should do, save, close, minimize. Where was my, this is that ASA script. Rename. I'll remove this spacing. This one was this script. So ASA script not py. It is asking me to enter the IP address of ASA firewall. What is that? 16.7.149, I believe. Let me see. Yeah, it is asking me to enter my username, password. Done. It has done very quickly. That is fine, but what did it miss? Why did not it configure the IP? It says failed to apply the IP address to interface. This has the network overlaps with this. See, I should have used 9 here. See, it's my mistake. So let me save it and let me re-enter it again. So 172.16.7.149. Okay, now it is configured. See how quickly it configured. So these are the commands it ran. Enable password, configure terminal, this 50, After that, I made it to display me the show IP. It showed me. It ran the command show interface IP brief. It has logged off. Okay, so ultimately ASA has been configured. If you hit enter here, but one thing, did you notice it has not configured the host name? Did I configure the host name in the script? You know, I should have mentioned, I should have added one more command. Let me command C, enter, host name Cisco ASA Ashish. Let's save it and run it again. You can also run it from the same module. Options, okay, run module. It is asking me to enter the, see, it is saying it has executed 61 lines. Double click to expand and see the performance. See, okay, this is wrong. I made a mistake. I should have entered this command after the configuration terminal here, right? So let's run it again. Okay, it is asking me to enter the IP address again. Let me show you. See this here, 172.16.7.149 Ashish, password Ashish. It has run. Okay, now you can see that the host name has changed. Okay, and this is the IP addresses, list of IP addresses, and you can see the interfaces have been configured with the names outside, DMZ, segments, and moreover these are manual, the first two, and this one was DSP because I configured it like that. Okay, so these commands have been configured. So you will learn that script is same. There is no difference between the way we configure router, switch or firewall. So this one, what I was saying, and we achieved our target. So friends, I hope it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much for your time. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. So in this video, I'll show you how to take backup of multiple routers using Python 3.8 script. So I'm using Telnet as a method to log in into devices. I'm using GNS3 with GNS3 VM. So my target is that I have 3 routers. I want to create a script which will log in into these 3 routers sequentially, copy the output, paste that into file and save the file. So I want 3 backup files to be created using Python script. Let me show you the GNS3 topology. These 3 routers are connected to layer 2 switch, which is further connected to cloud, which is basically an interface between my workstation and the GNS3 VM. So this layer 2 is used to form a multi-access environment. So these 3 routers have IP addresses of same segment, common segment. Okay, so these have been pre-configured. The purpose is just that we should know what is the way out to take backup. So it has one loopback 1111. It has this router 2 has loopback 2222, and all 3 in R3 router. So I want to run the command show run. Okay, but the issue here is that I want backup in 3 files. One file for R1, one for R2, and one for R3. The naming convention of the file should be like device space the IP address. Okay, so these are receiving the IP addresses from DHCP. Let me open that script which I have prepared. It is very simple script. You don't need to create your own script. You can use this one. You can modify it little bit as per your requirement. but I don't think there would be any modification required. It is very good. And one more thing, the IP addresses of these three routers, these are mentioned in a file named list. You can see this one. Let me open it. It has the IP, the 3 IP. I'm going to increase this font. These three are the IP addresses. This one belongs to router 1, this one belongs to router 2 and 3. So the Python script will log in into first router, then second, then third. So script will copy the script will run the commands, copies the data, create file, defines the naming convention, paste the output and save the file, and then moves on to second one. So it means there is a repetition, so we are using a for loop here. For loop. So this is the script which I have prepared, backup script. So I'll just give you some idea about it. So I'll be using Telnet library. I told you I'm logging into devices using Telnet. Since the IPs are saved in file, so I do not need to prompt the message like enter IP. I don't need to. I just need to enter the credentials. Since I told you the file name is list where the IPs are there, so we need to use a variable named file which will use the function open, that will open the file named list, this one. Okay, this file will be opened. Since there are multiple IPs, you can have as many IPs you want. So we are since there are multiple IPs, so we will be using this for loop. Okay, so it is using the variable named line which will refer the file, this file, refer this thing. Okay, because this variable will read the content of the file list. Okay, so once it will start, it should read the first line, right? This is for the very reason that we have a for loop. So for line in file, what is file? The list, the first line in the list, it will read that. And once the file executes, we will be prompted a message saying that we are logging into switch space line. What is line here? The first IP address, this one. Message will be we are logging into switch. Sorry, since we are dealing with routers, let's mention it router. A router, this IP. Okay, and since we are using the variable tn, which is referencing to library and which has a function named telnet, which is telnet is being done to this variable host. So there should be variable host. What host should have? It should have the IP address. Since the loop has started, it will start on the first line, so it has the IP of the first. It has the IP which is mentioned in first line. But why do we need to use this strip function here? The reason is that sometimes there is spacing in like this space this. Okay, so we don't want to use spaces. We just want to use this IP. So we want to use for this reason, to avoid the spacing, we need to use this function named strip. It will strip the front space and trailing space from both sides, front and back. We don't have any front space, but we do have it in back. Okay, after that it will log in into the router. It will log in into router, then the router will print some output. So this function will be used to read until the username. It will stop here. We'll mention the username. Then this if will be used to enter the password. It will check the password after that. Then it will run these three commands. First command is basically used so that it displays the complete output in one go. Okay, else what will happen if we don't use this terminal length 0? it will just stop and it will wait for our intervention. Like it will say press tab or space to move further, because it displays 15 or 20 lines per page. Okay, after that it will print the show run. You can also choose to write one more command if you want, like show IP interface brief, show version, whatever. Since we are dealing with backup, let's say show IP interface brief pipe include DSCP. Let's see the IP address of the router as well. Okay, this command will also be run, and then it will exit. Since we are only in privilege mode, so it will exit and session will end. So now whatever it has displayed, that is saved in this tn variable. So we need to use the read output function here, which will read everything of this tn variable. Okay, this is also a function which reads all of the content. Then this line will be used to define their name. The output will be saved where we need to create a file. So it will open one file which will have the name like device, or you can mention router space the IP address, because the loop has started from first line which has the IP. The name of the file will be router space 172.16.7.153 and comma. This is basically permission, write permission. You need to have permission to be able to write. Okay, after that save output write. It will basically read the complete output and save it in that in this particular file. Okay, because complete output is stored in variable named read output. Okay, so save output dot write, it is just writing whatever was there in read output. Okay, and this thing you need to remember, it is a part of Python 3.8, and we need to close the file, save output, save the file, and make sure that you close this loop. If you don't do so, the config will not be written in the file. I'll show you what happens if you don't close it. So this is done. Let's save this file and let's execute. So let me minimize it, and you can see on the right side once I execute, let me execute from here itself. Run module. It is prompting me to write my credentials. It is displaying. You can see that three files have been created and messages appeared as we defined. This is first router, second router, third router. Let me open the first router file. You can see that. Let me increase its. You can see the output has been taken of device number 2. Okay, see R2. Okay, I told you that it has the loop back. Let me scroll up. See, this is router 2, so loop back is there. This is for router 2, and this is for router 1. These files were automatically rearranged as per the naming convention. Okay, but this router 172.16.7.153, it was created first. Let me open it. You can see it is there. This is the loop back. Let me go to this ls. Let me show you the content from here. cat router 152. You can see that output is appeared here. Let me read the content of 154. You can see this is R3. Okay, this is how it happens. Let me close it. So I was saying that don't forget to close this loop, these two brackets. If you don't do so, what happens? Let me save it and we'll show you. Let me first delete these files again. First move to bin. Let me rerun this module. So I have removed those brackets. I just want to show you what happens. It is logging in. The 3 files will be created. I'll open the first file. Content is there. It has taken the backup successfully. There is no issue with that. I'm opening the second file. It has taken the backup. The backup is as desired. Second router, that is, this is router 2, this is the 1. Let me open this last file. This doesn't have anything. Okay, it doesn't have anything because the loop did not close. So this is the reason I told you to make sure that these brackets are used. Let me now delete these and we'll rerun the file, rerun this this script and see what happens. Now it will work. Let me enter the credentials. See, it is logging, displaying the messages. Notice the naming convention. Naming convention is as we mentioned here. See this, router space host. Okay, so now earlier when I removed these two brackets, the last file did not have the output, right? Let me open it now. See, it has got the output. So it is very much important that you close the loop. So you can save this file. It is very helpful, but only when Telnet is a transport mechanism to log in into router. So friends, I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much for your time. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this lecture, I will tell you the way to install pip, Paramiko and Netmiko on Apple Mac. I will also install similar lecture for installing these things on Windows. However, right now I'm using Apple Mac, so let's talk about it. What is this pip, Paramiko and Netmiko? See, pip is basically a package manager or a management system for Python. So if there is any dependency on any other library or any software package in Python, then that package must be installed through pip. Okay, but that package will only be installed once we have pip installed. All right, so when we install Python 3, so it comes as by default installed. Okay, in earlier cases there might be some cases where pip had to be installed separately, but in these cases, in recent versions, it comes as pre-installed. So I will tell you the way to verify its version. Okay, and what is this Paramiko and Netmiko? See, if you want to configure a script or prepare a script for accessing the devices over SSH, that is secured shell, then you need to have libraries of Paramiko and Netmiko, because SSH deals with cryptography and the scripts which I have created till now will not work because those because Telnet is an open standard protocol, right? It doesn't deal with the cryptography, so we need to have a library named Paramiko or Netmiko, because these are created for cryptography. All right, so to be able to install these two, we should have pip installed, because these will be installed through pip only. So let's verify it. Okay, so I have also outlined the commands, but those can be seen once I do it. First of all, let's verify the version of Python. If you simply write Python space version, you will see it will display you the pre-default, the package which comes along with the operating system of Mac. But since we are dealing with Python 3.8, you can check the version of that using Python 3 space dash dash version. You can see that it is displaying 3.8.0. Now let's talk about pip, whether pip is installed or not. You can see pip 3.8, check its version. It's saying that its version is 19.3.1 and it is referencing to 3.8, Python 3.8. Okay, so it is already installed. Now if you want to upgrade your pip, what you can do is you can install this, you can run this command, pip 3.8 install dash dash upgrade pip. So it will check for any possible upgrade which is required. You will see it is saying it is already up to date. You don't need to upgrade it. Actually, just before the lecture I got a message that it must be upgraded, so at that time I ran this command, but right now it is showing it is already done, 19.3.1. let me scroll up and show you if I have that. Okay, here it was saying you are using 19.2.3, however 3.1 is required. It's available actually. So at that time I had this one 19.2.3, now I have 19.3.1. let me take you back there. See, so at that time I upgraded, and that is why this version. So now how to install this Paramiko? You should use the pip 3.8 because we are using Python 3.8. okay, install Paramiko. It will install within 2-3 seconds. See, it is done. It is saying successfully installed Paramiko 2.7.1. Okay, let me see if it has 3.8. okay, it doesn't have that version Paramiko. We just installed Paramiko 2.7 only, but that's fine. We just want to see how the script can be created. Let me see if I have 3.4. no, even we can check which version of Paramiko is the latest Paramiko version. You can check from this Paramiko site. But not an issue, we have already installed it. It is enough. So this 2.7.1 version of Paramiko is also fine. Okay, so, and if you want to uninstall it the same way, pip 3.8 uninstall Paramiko. Yes, it is uninstalled. So uninstall and install, just the difference of UN. So I'm going to install it. Done. Similarly, you can install Netmiko. It's installed. Alright, so how easy it is. So that's what I wanted to tell you. Let me close this window and take you back there. So first thing is that you need to have pip installed. Nowadays it is by default installed. So it's basically package manager or a management system in Python which is used to install software packages which come as by default, or it can also install from external. Okay, Paramiko and Netmiko were part of it, this Python 3.8. So I just had to install it using this version command, Python version, pip version, upgrade, install Paramiko and Netmiko. Okay, uninstall was very simple. So it is done. For Windows, I will record separate video. So until now we were dealing with Telnet. Now it is time for us to deal with SSH. That is the reason these two were required. So friends, I hope that it was informative lecture for you, and do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video you will see how to install Paramiko and Netmiko on Windows operating system. In the previous video I had shown it on Apple Mac. Okay, so let's talk about on Windows operating system. I'm using Windows 7. The process is very same. First of all, let's understand why do we need it. So basically these are additional modules and libraries which are available on internet which support cryptography. So why do we need this cryptography? The reason is that we want to access our routers, switches and firewalls using SSH, which basically deals with keys and cryptography. So Telnet library does not support it, so we need to rely on these two additional modules or libraries. We could also create our own Python script without Paramiko and Netmiko, but for that we need to be very intelligent. We need to write a code of let's say 1,000 lines, and we cannot afford to do that because we are network engineers. So how to install it? We need to first of all we should have pip. It's basically a software package installer for Python. So if there is any additional dependency like Paramiko or Netmiko, so for that we should have pip. It comes by default with the latest Python softwares. In case it is not available, I'll tell you how to install it. Okay, so let's get started. Let's go to Chrome first. Search in get pip. Okay, it will take you to the website, the first page. It is basically 22,000 line file. So it will take some 10-15 seconds to download completely. Okay, you can see that it's really big. You can copy it. It may take some time because it's really long, and then you can copy that into Notepad and save it as get-pip. Right click, copy. Okay, and open one Notepad, paste it here. Okay, save as get-pip.py and save. It says it already has it, but anyways I'll just save it, and right now this file is available. Here it is file. If you want to execute it, just double click, it'll run. It will basically install pip, but we already have it installed. That doesn't matter, let it run. So pip is installed. It is basically reading, right? It is saying using cached. Okay, so it is executing the statements which are there in the get-pip.py file. It is saying found existing installation. It is already having the latest versions. Anyways, so now I'll go to the command prompt and will show you how to verify Python and pip. Okay, so if you remember, while installing this Python, I had told you to select one option, select one checkbox, which was basically to set up the Python path. Okay, so if you have checked that, with that you will be able to run the Python even from the command prompt. Okay, I assume you have done that. Else you can just double click the installable. It will ask you to repair, and you can choose that option. Otherwise you have to change this path from the system variables. anyways, python dash version is a command. Python space dash dash version. With this you will you can see what version is there. Here I don't need to write python 3 because this is the only one right now. Okay, in Apple Mac 2.7 comes by default, so that is why we have to mention python 3. So if you want to see the version of pip, then same command, it will tell you the version. Give it around 2-3 seconds. My workstation is really slow. Okay, it has displayed that the version is 19.3.1. let me see if I can increase its font. No, it doesn't look good. But anyways, this is not something we should worry about. So now we want to install the Paramiko. So command is very simple: pip space install space Paramiko. If it is already installed, you will see the message. If it is not, it will install it. If it says it identifies any existing installation, that would mean it is pre-default installed. It is saying requirement already satisfied. Similarly, you can install NetMiko. And before installing NetMiko, let me show you one more thing. Let's go to this all program file and Python 3.8, this idle Python. So let me tell you one more way to verify whether this Paramiko and NetMiko is working or not. Give it some time. Okay, so if you try to import, let's say, NetMiko here, it is giving error. It means it is not installed. Okay, so pip installed NetMiko. So it will install it. After that, once we import this NetMiko, okay, it is installing it. And by chance, if it displays that you need to update the pip for the latest version, the command will be mentioned. You can execute the command. Okay, because I was prompted for that command to update the version of pip from 19.0 to 19.1. I did that. So it is downloading it from the internet, pythonhoster.org. Give it a while. Okay, it will take its own time, but anyways, I already have GNS3 installation. So I am just using one router and I'm using cloud. So here I'm using local area connection interface. Okay, so wireless doesn't work, so you don't select the wireless interfaces. Select the local area connection or any interface which you have on your workstation. Better use GNS3 VM. Okay, right now I'm not using it, but should use that. So I have configured R1. Let me take you to R1. This is my R1. So probably you're not able to see it well. Let me change the color. Okay, so this is the IP it has received, 192.168.152.129. Okay, so and also to be able to start the SSH process, what we need to do, first of all, let's set up one username and password. Username Ashish, privilege 15, secret Ashish, and if it is prompting for enable secret Ashish, and line space VTY 0 space 4 transport input SSH. Okay, we just want to allow SSH only. And also to be able to run SSH means to to be able to access this device using secured shell, we need to create one domain name. Let's make it Ashish, and also we need to generate crypto keys. Crypto key generate RSA general keys modulus. Define the key. Let's make it 512. Okay, it says okay, IP SSH version 2. Show IP SSH. It is saying version 2 is enabled. Okay, so let's see what is the status of our Paramiko. Okay, it is installed. I was saying that to be able to check something earlier when we imported this Netmiko. It's 1 second. Where is the zoom option so that you can see it? Anyways, import space Netmiko will not return any error. Import space Netmiko. If it goes to next line without any error, it means it is importing it well. Similarly, you can do import space Paramiko. It is importing. It means these two modules are already configured and installed. Okay, so let me configure this router. So this router is configured. What I'll do here is, okay, so I'm using Notepad++. It is basically a application which is very good for writing codes. Let me zoom in a bit more. Okay, so I'll write one code using Python Paramiko module. Okay, so first of all I'll import this Paramiko module. I will import getPass module because I want to prompt for the username password. I also want to import time library because I want to set up one second of delay between running the commands on router. Okay, so these three modules, or you can say libraries, I want to import. Now I'll create one variable name host, and I want basically prompt enter the IP address of router. Okay, this is the one thing. Username is the second variable wherein I will be inputting the enter your username. Okay, and then password is the third variable. GetPass is the module I'll refer here, and there is a GetPass class inside that, a function. Here since I'm dealing with the SSH client SSH, so I'll basically create one variable named SSH_client here, and which will use this Paramiko to log into the device. Okay, and here there's a class inside the Paramiko, so we need to make sure that these letters are exactly written the way I'm writing. Okay, so this Paramiko will be used to log into a router. So here I'll again write the same variable SSH_client dot connect. Here host name will be equal to host, capital host, right? Username will be equal to username, and password equal to password. this actually this inside this when SSH will connect, it will basically would look for the host name. So what is the host name here? This is this particular variable, okay, this one. And when it will ask for look for username, what should be username? This username, this one, the username will mention. So whatever username we provide, that will be saved in this variable, okay. So that is why username will be equal to this one, and password will be equal to whatever password we write in, okay. So this will be basically this statement will be used to connect using IP address and the credentials, and this one will use the this will basically invoke the Paramiko module. And I want to print one message here, print successfully connected. Once the connection is established, it should display this, okay. And /n means it will move to the next line. Now I'll create one more variable, remote connection. SSH client dot invoke. It will now invoke the secured shell. Invoke. You can later on save this script. Now we need to write in the command we want to send using this send function. Remote underscore connection, this is a variable, dot send. You can mention whatever commands you want to type in. I want to type in show run anything I want, section EIGRP. Let me copy this command 3-4 times. So whatever commands we want to run, we'll just mention it here. Here conf terminal. I want to change the host name. Host name Paramiko Ashish, and then I want to create one loopback interface, loopback 0. I want to set up the IP address. Okay, and I want to enable EIGRP 100. And then I want to run one command, no auto dash summary. And I want to advertise this segment. I'll just say all 0. And here I want to exit. Sorry, and will take me to privilege mode. Okay, and I want to enter this command, show run section EIGRP. So these are the commands I want to run here. So I want to keep 1 second of delay between every command. So whatever output comes in, I need to use this line. You have to remember, receive RECV. So here you can mention whatever number you want. like A18999. So I want to decode it in readable format. Okay, now I want to print this output. Here I'll not use any space between print and output. Okay, and now I'll close this connection. So my Paramiko script is done. SSH underscore client, right? This one was the variable. So let me save this file as, I'll save this into my desktop. I'll say paramikoashish.py. So this file is saved. Now time has come to run this file. Okay, so I'm already in desktop. So what I'll do, Python space paramikoashish.py. Let's .py. Now it will ask me to enter the IP address. It is saying enter the IP address of the router. 192.168.152 dot. What was that? Let me see. Show IP interface brief. 152.129. Enter username Ashish, password Ashish. Okay, it has given some error. Let's try to read that. It is saying line number 415. It is referring to some host key, and it is saying that the server, the IP address of the router is not there in the file named known host. Actually, there's a file named known host, known_host. So it is saying that I don't have the IP address here. So it means that we need to add this IP address and the keys in the file. Only then the session will be allowed. Okay, so this error appears and people get stuck here. So here where is that I had invoked one command named paramiko ssh underscore client that got deleted, I think. Equal to paramiko dot ssh client. This thing mistakenly got deleted. It was already there, and for that error which came, I need to add one exception. ssh underscore client dot set underscore missing underscore host underscore key underscore policy. This exception needs to be added. Paramiko dot auto add policy. Okay, so now with this command, it will automatically add the IP address and the host keys into the file named known host, known_host. Okay, this one somehow had earlier got deleted. This ssh underscore client it will basically invoke this module paramiko. Now let me save this file, go back where I was. Now it will ask for the 152.129 Ashish. It is still saying missing host policy. Have I not saved it? Missing host policy. File this line number 10 ssh underscore client set underscore missing underscore policy paramiko.auto add policy bracket this SSH client object has no attribute. Where is that? Okay, missing. Let me save it. Let me also add the colon here and here as well. One 192.168.152.129. Paramiko is not defined. Param name error. Okay, this error Paramiko is not defined. The reason is that I have used capital P here. You see that? Okay. It should be as it is. Small p. Now let me save it. See, in programming you will always do these mistakes. It is asking for the IP address. It is saying successfully connected and it executed the commands. The only place where it failed is the mistake in the host name, HOSR. Where is that? Here I should have mentioned host name here. Okay, let me rerun this file. Even though I was prepared before this script, I had done my homework, but still sometimes mistakes do happen. Okay, so it is now showing me that these commands have been run. Let's verify it. Let me go to the device. Now it has appeared, it has displayed one message that somebody had logged in. If you do show users, you will, okay, now it is, the session is already ended, but you can see the name has changed. Earlier the name was Ashish and now it is Paramiko_Ashish. Okay, and earlier when I before here it ran the command show run pipe include section EIGRP. There was no output because it wasn't configured, and after that now you will see show run section EIGRP. So it is done, and moreover the loopback now it is created. So means we are able to SSH into this device using Paramiko. So now you have this script handy, you can amend it, you can make changes according to your need. Okay, so let me rewind it. You have to import Paramiko get pass for prompting username password. If you don't want to use it, what you can do is just remove all these things, mention host equal to IP, just feed the IP address and username password. It will be easy. In that case you don't need to use it, but it's always good practice not to save the username password in the script. So SSH client is a variable, okay, which is basically invoking this Paramiko module, and inside the Paramiko module there is a SSH client class. Okay, and this missing host key policy, it was done so that the IP address and the key are added in the known host file, and this one basically will log in into the device. Host name, it is one of the parameters within within this Paramiko. Username is also there, so we are basically mentioning the username, IP address, password, and after that we printed this message. And remote, we use one variable named remote underscore connection equal to which refer to this variable and which invoke the shell. After that commands, very simple, whatever command you want to mention you can do so. Time sleep function is used Here 1 means 1 second of delay will be there while running the commands, okay, between every command. Sometime the configuration is not done properly, so that is why there is a gap of 1 second. Output variable, it is referring to remote underscore connection dot recv. This thing you have to remember, okay. So in here you can mention whatever value you want to feed, okay, and then print output will print all of the commands, these commands, and then we need to close it, okay. I'll upload this script. So purposes just to show you how does it work on Windows. And one thing I forgot to tell you is that in case some people say that we should install this compiler, Microsoft Visual C++ compiler. Actually Python is basically interpreter language, it doesn't compile, but in case you need a compiler, then you have to install this Microsoft Visual C++ compiler to use specific version of Python. So right now I'm using 3.8, so you have to use this 14.x, but I don't think you need it because I did not install it and still my SSH is working. Alright, so friends, I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure a switch using Paramico module. In the previous lab, I showed you how to configure router using Paramico. So the only difference here is that I will be using Apple Mac here. In the previous video, I used Windows operating system. So I want to prove that there is no difference. You can use any of the operating system, the process remains same. So couple of things I wanted to tell you. First thing is that in case you are getting the issues with the VM stop functioning while using the iOS image 7200, then I would suggest you to use 3725 image, that is this one. I've seen that whenever we try to access the device using SSH and when the image is of 7200 router, then we get this VM issues. Use this one. I faced this issue today, so I'm just telling you. Second is that in case your Mac doesn't accept the key offered by the router, then you can make a change in your Apple Mac, and the steps are mentioned here. Let me show you what error you may get. So if I go up to the terminal, initially when I tried to SSH into this device, you can see it gave me an error saying that unable to negotiate with this IP port 22, no matching key exchange method found. Their offer is Diffie-Hellman group 1 SHA-1. Actually this method of router is not accepted by your Apple Mac, so you can make changes in Apple Mac so that it is accepted, because GNS3 is just a testing environment and your Mac thinks that it's a very weak algorithm. Okay, the link is mentioned here. This is the link, infotechbrain.com. Let me copy it. You can even search in internet. So this person has mentioned these steps. If you get this error, no matching key exchange method found, their offer is this one. So it is saying that you open this terminal, enter this command, make change. Okay, just follow it religiously and you will be able to resolve this issue. Okay, so coming back to the point, I was going to show you the steps to configure a switch. So here I'll create one for loop. With that I want to create multiple VLANs. So this is basically a module of 3725 router. Okay, so it has very limited functionality of switching, but anyways we'll use that. Okay, so this router, you know how to configure it. So I have one script which I used in the previous lab. I'll just try to run that immediately just to prove that script works equally well on both. Okay, so router 1's IP is show IP interface brief. Its IP is 172.16.7.153. So I'll go to this terminal and run that file. Let me show you the file first. This is a very good application, Atom, which I've used on Mac. You can use it for Python scripting, for writing the scripts. Okay, the same file I have here is, okay, the only difference I'm making here is the sleep timer. It is right now I'm just going to make it 8 because I've seen that when the timer is 1, script doesn't run well. So one more change I want to make here is that earlier I told you the time which you mentioned here will be the time it takes to run the commands. Like if this command is running, I told you that it will wait for 1 second before running the second command, but it is not like it. Okay, it is basically a hold time for the program. So your Python script will wait for 8 seconds before pushing all the commands because sometimes it gives errors. So I'll just run this command. You can note down the name pramiko.ashish.py. IP is 7.153. Python 3 space pramiko.ashish.py. It is asking me the IP 158. Let me see again. 153. Username Ashish, password Ashish. So hopefully, yeah, it is saying it is successfully connected. It will run those commands. So it is taking time because I mentioned 8 seconds. So this program will wait for 8 seconds. See, it has done. It is configured. Okay. So even the message appeared saying that it is in. So commands run. That's what I wanted to show you. So here we use SSH in background. Okay. So now I'll configure this switch. Let's configure this ESW1 switch. Router is already configured, so I'll just close this one now. Let me see what IP it has got. It has got 172.16.7.158. Let me also show you what VLANs it has. It doesn't have any VLAN. Okay. So before you try to run this script, I suggest you manually log in into the device and see if it works or not. Okay. 172.16.7.158. This is a way to verify if the key is being exchanged well or not. It is asking for password. It is working well, so I'll exit. So I'll copy the same script which I have used in previous lab. Control A, Control C, and I'm going to get a new file. I'll paste it here. This is very plain text, so I'll change this format from plain text to Python so that it knows that I'm working on Python. Okay, I'll name this file as let me name this file as well. Save it as ESW1. Okay, paramiko.py. Okay, ESW1 paramiko.py. So what I'm going to do, see, most of the things will remain same. I just want to remove these commands. I want to let me remove these many commands. So see, paramiko will be imported, get pass will be imported because we want to prompt the username password. Time will be imported because we want to use sleep timer. Okay, and these 3 lines will mean that it will ask me to enter the IP address. Second line, username, will ask me to enter username. Third one will ask me to enter password. And this one, SSH client, is basically variable which is invoking the paramiko module and there is a SSH client class inside that. It is used for logging into a device using SSH. Okay, and this line SSH client dot set missing host key policy, actually by default your device will not accept this session connection. It will not. If it doesn't have the IP address of device in its known host file, KNOWN, known host file is there, it will reject. So if you don't want that to happen, you can use this set missing host key policy command. Remember it, and this one will supply the IP address, username and password. Okay, this username is this one. So whatever username we mentioned, it will be provided here, password here, and host here. Okay, so it will log in. So it will display message print successful connected. Now I want to use a for loop. I'll use a variable VLAN which will have the value. I'll use range. I want to create 10 VLANs starting from 10 till 60, but the increment value should be 5. It should not be 1, which is by default. So the VLAN should be created like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, so on till 60. The last should be 61, because if I mention 60, then it will just stop at 55. Okay, this thing I told you have to add one more value, means you should have one increment here, comma the increment value is how do you want this loop to move forward. I want to increment this loop every time by 5. Okay, and then colon here. Now here I have to use 4 spaces or tab. So here I'll say remote underscore connection dot send. It will send the command VLAN space, because it should print like VLAN space 10. Okay, VLAN here plus I'll use string here. So initially the value of VLAN will be 10, so it should mention 10 here. Okay, so for that reason I'm using string here. VLAN space str bracket VLAN plus this next line. Okay, it will move to next line. I also want to have names. Namespace Ashish underscore Paramiko underscore 10, 15, 20. This is how I want to go on. So plus str VLAN plus okay. So this loop will happen. It will start from 10, go till 60. Now I want, once this loop completes, I want to end this, I want to exit from the config mode. So that command should be outside this for loop, right? So here I'll supply the end command. Okay, so this is we have done, and this one I need to remove because I don't want to. This shell command should be on top of it. Control X, here it should be, because it should invoke the SSH client invoke shell. This statement is required. So just remember these steps, but also note that once the device logs in, means once the script logs into device, it should it'll log in into privilege mode. Okay, then you have to go to config mode. So you have to supply the command, this one, dot send configure terminal. Okay, only then loop will work, else loop will fail. So this script is done. Let me save it. There is no rocket science here. these will remain same. This one is used just to print the message saying that connection is successful, and then it will invoke the shell. This is the variable. After that, this configure terminal command will be run. Then for loop will start, which will repeat from 10 to 60 the VLANs, and after that it will end. Sleep timer of 8 seconds means it will halt for 8 seconds before running commands. I myself have seen that it gives error. It just prints half of the commands and stops. So this output variable will have complete output, and then this statement will close the SSH session. So we don't have to mention one more exit here, unlike Telnet library, right? Because we used to supply one exit to exit from the session, but here we are using close, SSH client dot close. So it is saved. Now we'll try to execute. Let me show you once more that this one doesn't have any VLANs. So in case you want to change the host name as well, dot send host name Ashish switch. Okay, save it. ESW1 paramiko.py. Let me run that now. Python 3 ESW1 paramiko.py. What is the IP address of the switch? Actually, it is displaying the IP address of router. I should have made some changes in the print statement. But anyways, I want to know the IP address of switch, which is 7.158. 7.158. Username is Ashish, password is Ashish. Now let's see if the commands run or the for loop works. Hopefully it should work. It is waiting for 8 seconds. See, it has worked brilliantly. First command was this configure terminal. Okay, then it moved to host name, then VLAN 10, 15. It is also printing the name. So if you've learned basics about the script, you can make your own script for anything. Okay, it is done. Let's verify here. See, it is VLAN database has these many VLANs now. So we are successful in using Paramiko for SSH. The only difference between Telnet lib and Paramiko is that Paramiko deals with SSH, which is cryptography. Otherwise, everything is same. And in this, some syntax has changed. Okay, friends. So I hope that it has been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much for your time. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure a router using NetMiko. So let me give you brief information about this NetMiko library. It is based on Paramiko, which we have already discussed. It is specifically designed for networking devices only, because here we need to define the device type. For example, if we are looking to configure firewall, we have to define the type of that firewall. For example, Cisco_ASA. And for router and switches, it will be Cisco_IOS. If we are configuring NXOS, that is Nexus Operating System device, then it will be Cisco_NXOS. For Juniper, it will be Juniper, and so on. So for more information about these codes, you can search in the Google for NetMiko device list. You'll find it. And here we have specific commands. For example, if we want to move from user mode to enable mode, we just need to write this command net underscore connect and dot enable, the first one. You'll have more idea once I take you to the editor, wherein I'll prepare a script for NetMiko. This net connect.send command, it is basically used to push some commands for which we need output. For example, show IP interface brief. This command is run and it generates some output, right? And we want to see that output. Means this command will be used for privilege mode commands. This method I mean. And if we want to configure a device, we don't have to type in config terminals, sorry. So we can simply say netconnect.send underscore config underscore set. Okay, so this will basically push the command to the remote device in configuration terminal. And to be able to save the config, netconnect.save config. So let me take you to the terminal. First of all, we need to install the NetMiko using pip install. It is by default, it is already installed here. That is why it is saying requirement is already satisfied. So let me also take you to router and configure username password. First of all, let me remove these usernames. Okay, I'll configure it later on. Let me show you the IP address. IP address here is 172.16.7.153. So I'm going to take you to the Atom application, which is a very good application for Mac for editing the or writing the Python codes. So how would we start in NetMiko? We need to start like it from NetMiko import connect handler. So here we need to import this connect handler from NetMiko library. After that, you can give a name to the device, like I'll say router 1 equal, start the curly brackets, hit enter. Now we need to define here, we need to define IP, username, password and device type. First of all, we'll start with the device type. I told you that device type has to be defined. So here we'll use colon. What is our device type? Small letters, comma here. Then IP, colon. What is IP? 172.16.7 dot. I have a tendency of forgetting the IP. 7.153, comma, username Ashish. I haven't set up the username, but I'll set up right now. In here it will be password. Point to note here is that even if we have username secret, even in that case we have to type in password here. Okay, understand this thing. I'll make it Ashish, comma. Now if we have set up enable mode password or secret, for enable mode credentials we have to type in secret here, even though we have enable password, which is clear text, or if we have enable secret, even in that case it will be typed in as secret. I'll make it a password. So let me take you to R1. I'm gonna configure username Ashish, password Ashish. Sorry, let's make it secret here. Secret Ashish. Enable password Ashish. Password. Note here is that username is Ashish. I'm using secret Ashish, but here it will be password here. Okay, and for enable, secret means enable here. Even though I have password, means I'm using clear text, it will be credentials, the password here, because my password is password. Or let's make it, let's make it easy to understand. Let's not confuse. Enable password GNS3. GNS3 here. Okay, so it is done now. I don't need to define the comma here because I don't need to define further commands. So curly brackets are closed. Now I need to define one variable here, net underscore connect equal to, it will refer to the connect handler that we imported from NetMiko. So it will be used to connect to the device. So the process is * and the name of the device, router 1 in this case. Okay, so this will connect to router 1. So what does router 1 have? It has device IP. So see here I mentioned device IPs. Sorry, it has to be device type. Okay, I should have mentioned device type here, but mistakenly I mentioned device IP. Anyways, mistakes do happen. Now we need to move to enable mode. Net connect dot enable. It will automatically take it from user mode to privilege mode. Okay, if you don't mention it, then the commands will not work. Like if I try to run, let's say if I want to enable OSPF, which is the configuration mode command, that will not work till the time this netconnect.enable is not defined here, because it will not take the session to privilege mode from user mode. Okay, only then from privilege mode to config mode you can go. It is done. So now I'll try to run one command. Net underscore connect. These are the methods. I'll show that to you again. Send command. This method netconnect.send command, it is used for privilege mode command because we want to see the output. Show IP interface brief pipe include DSCP. This is the command I want to run. Okay, and print output. Now let's try to run this. Let me save it. The file name is netmiko1. I'll go to terminal mode, and let me also rewind it. This was the first one. This one. This is the method to move from user to privilege mode. Okay, and this one I used here. Okay, after that I used this one where I discussed. This is second one. Okay, now let's run this. Python 3 space netmiko1.py. This is the name of my file. Let's see if it works or not. Okay, it has run, but the issue here is that it has not displayed the output I was anticipating. Why is it so? Let's see, where did we make mistakes? From router 1 here, netconnect.send command or send commands. Let's see. Send command. That is fine. Show IP interface brief pipe include. Maybe there is no output. Let's see. Show IP interface brief DHCP. Actually, the output is not coming. Let's see what is the issue. Oh, capital. Sorry, I should have mentioned capital DHCP here. Now I'll try to run this. Because the output wasn't there, that is why this command appeared. It appeared as if it didn't work. Let's see now. See, we wanted this output and we got this one now. Okay, just see that how easy it is. Okay, now I'll do one thing. I'll now send one config mode command. What is the method to send? Let me show you this one. Net underscore connect dot send underscore config underscore set. Net underscore connect dot send underscore config underscore set. Here you can send the commands. Router OSPF 100. Okay, and print the output. Now two things should appear. First the privilege mode command and then second one the OSPF. Let's see if it runs. See, it has run. When I ran this command, where is that? This one. I ran this command, right? It displayed me output because of the method I used here, send command method. After that I use send config set. So you notice here is that we did not have to mention configure terminal. Okay, this is the beauty of this NetMiko. So now what if we want to configure one more command? Let's say you will get an error in this. Output equal to net underscore connect dot send config set network 0. We'll define area here, area 0. You'll see that there would be error because this is not the method of configuring the NetMiko script. Out of both of the there are two commands in the output variable, right? And we are printing it here, so it will not display the desired result. You see, it said error because first of all we copied this command into output. Okay, after that we replaced that command with this one, so that is the issue. This error came. So the solution here is that instead of these two commands we can combine these. Let me show it to you. We'll create config commands equal to this bracket. Here you mention the commands which you want to run, like router OSPF 100. Okay, then comma network 0.0.0.0 area space 0. So two commands are mentioned, right? You can mention one more command if you want, whatever. Stub. So here in the next line we'll use one more method here. The same. Output equals to net underscore connect dot send underscore config underscore set bracket, and here we'll reference this config command variable. Okay, config commands. So we basically mention all of the commands in this variable. Okay, and now we are using this net connect send config set variable because this is used for sending configuration mode commands. Okay, earlier we were getting error. Okay, now let's see what happens. It should work. See, it has worked. Route row SPF command, network command. It automatically hit the end command. This config term I did not enter. It automatically got entered. This end command I did not enter. It automatically happened. Okay. So here we can also do one more thing, that net underscore connect dot save config dot save underscore config. Let's see if it saves the config or not. Let me verify from here. Show run begin. Okay, section OSPF. Let me see if configuration is saved or not. Begin router OSPF. See, the config is saved. It is there in the startup as well. So you can save the you can refer this netmiko script. It is very useful. You can amend the way you want it. And friends, remember that if you delete this netconnect.enable, it will display the error message, because it would mean that the script is not able to move from lower the user mode to the privilege mode. Okay, remember this thing. This one is very important. In fact, all of the commands are very important. Okay, so I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll create one more netmiko script wherein I'll configure the commands in a file instead of mentioning those in the script itself. What I want to say is that see, this is a script I used in the previous video. Okay, so therein I configured these commands, two commands, route row SPF 100 and network all 0 in area 0. So instead of mentioning the commands here in the file, in the script, I'll create one additional file. It will be a text file. So I'll paste all of the commands there, because sometimes it becomes really tough to update a script. So instead of that, give reference of a text file in this netmiko script, and write all of the commands in the text file. So let me do it. So I'm going to create one file named EIGRP1. First of all, let's create some loopbacks here. I'll configure loopback 0 with the let me create one more loopback. Okay, now I'll just create EIGRP. I'm just showing you that the configuration commands can be mentioned in the file as well, and reference can be done. So here no auto summary network. Okay, let's mention the individual networks. Okay, alright, so there are 8 statements. I'll save it as eIGRP.txt. I'm gonna save it in desktop. Okay, so it is done. Let me close it now. So I'll modify the script which I used previously. So I'll not use these commands. Earlier what I was doing it, these commands were put into this variable config underscore commands, and then we were referencing this variable here, and we were using a method named send underscore config underscore set, and in the bracket we give reference to that variable. Okay, so instead of this variable, we'll use instead of this method, we'll use different method named send config from file. Let me delete this one. Send config from file. And what is the name of the file? eIGRP.txt. Alright, and you can delete this one. And we also don't want to use these 2 commands. I just want to show you that this method also works. So here I want to print one statement, executing commands saved in eIGRP.txt. Okay, this is the variable output. So you can also change it to anything you want, like Ashish output, but make sure that the reference is correct. Okay, and this method save config will save the config. So let me also show you that router doesn't have the configuration. Show IP interface brief, it just has the IP address on the FA0/0, doesn't have the loopback interfaces, it doesn't have the eIGRP. Also the config is not saved. Let me show you. If I refer to startup configuration, if I refer to section eIGRP, it doesn't have it. Alright, so now let's I've already given reference of this file. Okay, double quote I've used. You can also use single quote. I'm gonna save it. So I'll open up the terminal. This is my terminal, cd space desktop. I have to refer it to, and here I'll try to run this command. The name of the Python script is netmiko2.py. So let's see how it goes. It has displayed the message executing commands, and you can see that the commands have been executed and it was a statement. So let's see if it has received it. Yes, it has displayed messages that interface loopback 0 is up and 1 should be up. Yeah, 1 is also up. So let me verify it. Show IP interface brief. Okay, these 2 have been configured. Show IP interface, show IP protocol. You can see that these 2 networks have been advertised under eIGRP 100. You can also check in this fashion. Okay, this is the running config. So I used the method to save the config, save config, right? So if the configuration is really saved, then we should see the output in this section eIGRP. See, okay. So very simple thing. I've also used that in my office. I just created a very basic script, mentioned the credentials here, and all of the commands were mentioned in the file itself. I did not have to modify this file at all, this script at all. It is very simple thing, right? So you must have learned that NetMako is very easy to use, and I would suggest you to use it. Use NetMako for SSH. Paramako is a bit tough, okay, but till now your preferred method should be NetMako. So I'll try to cover more videos on NetMako, because this is the one mostly you will be using, and moreover it is very simple. Okay, so I'm gonna upload this script in the resources section of this video. You can download it. It's very easy. So friends, I hope that it's been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll configure NetMako script which will show you how to set up for loop. So here I want to configure a switch with multiple VLANs. So instead of typing all of the commands of VLAN repeatedly, I want to use a for loop. So let me show you what script I'll be using. So I have this. Let me delete this file. Okay, so I'll just refer the first script of NetMako. I'm going to make it as duplicate and rename it. I'll rename it as NetMako 3. Okay, so let's open this. So you can see that it was for router configuration. So here I'll configure a switch. So you can see that I had used a method named sendConfigSet. So with sendConfigSet, we can configure multiple commands in a single line. So I'll use the same method, but I'll use a for loop here. So if you want to run this, okay, let's modify it a bit. Show VLAN switch brief. This is the command which it will run when the script logs in. It will check what VLANs are there and it will display the output. Okay, you can also change the name from output to my output. So let's delete this one because we are configuring a switch and the IP of the switch is 158. Make sure that IP is also updated and don't make this mistake. You can't afford to, make change on a wrong device. The first thing is change the IP address. Make sure credentials are mentioned correctly. So let's use a for loop here. I'll use the keyword number here for number in the range starting from 10. I want to configure VLAN till 70. So the last digit has to be +1, so it will be 71. I want to create a gap of 5, like 10, 15, 20, 25. Okay, so here I have to mention like this and then this colon. All right, so here I want to display message that creating VLAN, what VLAN? This the message will be displayed like creating VLAN string. We'll use a string here. So whatever VLAN it is creating, it will display a number here, like creating VLAN 10 here. Okay, this is done. So here I'll use a variable named config commands. Okay, equal to, here I have to mention multiple commands in a single line. The first command is I want to run VLAN space. like VLAN space 5, VLAN space 10. So when the loop will start for the first time, it will configure the command VLAN. So we have to mention VLAN here, and space, then these brackets, sorry, these quotes, double quote, VLAN space double quote plus number. Okay, so it will mention VLAN space 10 here, then comma. The second, what is the second command? I want to configure the name as well. Name will be Ashish underscore VLAN underscore 10, right? I cannot mention space here, else command will go wrong. I'll just close name. I have to start with double quote, Ashish underscore VLAN underscore double quote closed plus str number. Okay, so these two commands I want to run, and I'll close the bracket here. So this is a variable. Let me delete this line as well and reprint again. We are here, so it will start from 10. It will print the message creating VLAN space 10, and here when it will try to run the command VLAN space 10, then in the next line it will move towards namespace Ashish underscore VLAN underscore 10. Okay, so go down here. I'll use a variable named my output equal to net underscore connect dot. So here the method will be send underscore config underscore set, because we are basically sending a set of configuration. Okay, and then give reference to this variable which has the list of commands now. Okay, and you have to print it, print my output. All right, and this loop will go until 70, and this will save the configuration. So each time, for the first time it will say creating VLAN 10, it will execute the command. Second time create a VLAN 15, then 20, and so on. Okay, so that is why this print is inside the loop. If I keep it outside the loop, what will happen, that it will only display the output in the last, once it comes out from the loop. Okay, so now I'm gonna save it. Okay, so let me also verify the IP address of the switch so that I don't end up configuring a wrong device. Okay, IP is correct. Let me also show you show VLAN switch brief. It doesn't have the VLANs. Let me show you SSH is configured, and section VTY. Okay, it is stuck. Okay, I have enabled SSH as the only method. Alright, so it is saved. I'm gonna go to terminal and run this command python 3 space netmiko3.py. Okay, it is saying there's some error. You know what, I should have used this double quotes here, not here, because the command is namespace, right? So mistakes do happen. Let's see how it goes. First output it has displayed. It has displayed us the VLANs. So you can see this one, creating VLAN 10. Okay, it is doing it. VLAN 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45. So it will go till 70. And it is very easy to use. So you could have also referred to a file, and you could have copied and pasted the configuration in the file itself. In that case, we would not use for loop. Okay, it is done now. So let's verify it. The messages have appeared. Show VLAN switch brief. See, these have been configured the way I wanted. You can also do it next time. Let's verify if this is saved or not. Show configuration, pipe include. Okay, actually show configuration, because VLAN information is saved in that file, so it will not display it here. But anyways, the main purpose was that we should use a for loop, and it is done. Alright, so first of all, it ran this command, and then it moved towards this for loop, and I have already explained you. So make sure that these commas and everything is in line, because it doesn't compile. It is not compiling. It tried to execute. It met with an error, so it displayed that I got stuck on this line, but it did not tell me that there is a mistake in this. Okay, so it is not like C language. So we understood about it. Friends, I hope that it's been informative to all of you. Thank you so much, and do give me appropriate rating and feedback. I appreciate. Hello friends, I welcome all of you. In this video, I'll show you how to configure multiple switches with multiple VLANs in NetMako Python script. So let me show you my GNS3 diagram. You can see that I've got 4 switches, ESW1 till 4. So I want to configure each switch with multiple VLANs. So I want to use double for loop. First for loop will be used for logging into each device. So after that, under each device, the second for loop will work. That will be for repeating the VLAN configuration. So if you remember that I had similar video in the Telnet library, but since we need to log into device using SSH, then this video is important. So I've picked the configuration from the last, that is the previous lecture, wherein I showed you how to use for loop for repeating the VLAN configuration. So here I have 4 switches. Okay, so instead of router, I want to make it switch 1. So one thing you need to understand here is that you need to set up this configuration similar to this configuration for each device. Just copy it and paste it again 4 times, 3 and 4. Okay, so change the IP address for each device. First of all, change the name: switch 2, switch 3, switch 4, or you can just make it like ESW1, ESW2. Okay, it will be easy for you to understand. ESW3. Now you have to change the IP address. The first switch has 158, second one has 159, then 160, then 161. So I have set the same password, same username, password, and enable password for each device. So other things I don't need to change. Okay, so this configuration of VLAN will be common. Let me delete this one first. So now I need to use for loop for logging into each device. So here I'll use a variable name switch. Before creating for loop, let's make a list. It will be list equal to, I will mention whatever devices are here. It is ESW1, ESW2, ESW3, ESW4. So this thing is required. That means we should have a list of devices. Alright, now here we'll use a for loop for switch. Switch is basically it will refer to the device in the list. So when the loop will start, switch would be ESW1, and for second time it will be ESW2. Okay, so it's basically the position here instead of count. Okay, so for switch in list, it means it will start from ESW1, then 2, then 3, then 4. Okay, then this colon, then here I'll use this variable net connect to actually connect the device. So net connect is a variable which will use connect handler, because we have to log in into device. Okay, connect handler bracket star switch. Loop will start from ESW1, so this connect handler will log in into ESW1. Okay, after that I'll use this method enable, because it has to move to enable mode. Okay, so when the loop will start, it will log in into first switch, and then it will go to enable mode, and after that it is very simple. Just press tab and bring everything under this for loop. So we have to use tab here. All right, it is very simple. This for loop is for repeating the VLANs. So let's not make so many VLANs. Let's just make it like 2 VLANs only, 10, 15. Okay, so I'll go till let's make it 3 VLANs. That's fine. 10, 15, 20. All right, so this print statement will print message creating VLAN space 10, then 15, then 20. Okay, and this config command, this variable will have set of commands, 2 commands here. This is the first command and this is the second command. Okay, and after that, this my output variable, it will store the list of commands. Means actually it will store the output, whatever commands whatever commands have been executed, it will have that list. And after that, this print my output will basically show you that these commands have been executed. Okay, that's it. And once the complete loop works, means both loops end, then you can also print the message saying that I am done with the configuration on all devices. Alright, so you can also give one message here, print logging into switch. Okay, so for the first time it will display this message, then these commands will repeat. After that again the message will be displayed. Okay, so if I mention plus str bracket switch, then what will happen? It will paste all of the output here. So I'm going to save it and make sure that SSH is enabled. You have the IP connectivity and your username, password, whatever credentials you defined here, these should actually work. So this is switch number 2. I'm going to use the first of all cd space desktop. Okay, let's clear this output first. Cd space desktop, it is already there. Python space, the name of the file is netmiko4.py. Okay, what it is saying? It is saying file this no module named netmiko, import error, netmiko4. Okay, sorry, I should have mentioned Python 3 here. Actually Apple Mac has multiple Pythons right now, so I have to specifically define. See, the message has appeared, it is logging into switch. Now creating VLAN 10, it will paste the output. Okay, now creating VLAN 15, it has pasted the output. Now it is going towards VLAN 20. See, now it is logging to second switch. The same commands will be repeated. Okay, you can see for switch 2 the messages have appeared. Now switch 3, you will see that it will eventually go to switch 3. Okay, and then switch 4. So you can modify these scripts according to your requirement. My purpose was just to show you how double for loop works. So that is the reason I picked the configuration from the previous video. So instead of repeating the VLANs, you can also create loopbacks. Whatever you want to do, you can do so. Okay, it is done. Last message was I am done with the configuration on all devices. Let's verify it. Switch number 4, show VLAN switch brief. Okay, 10, 15, 20, it is done. That's it. It is very easy. So here we had to mention the device list 4 times because there were 4 devices, and here we had to define the list, and this for loop was for logging into each device. Okay, so this connect handler, this command was part of for loop because we need to log in into device multiple times. There are 4 devices, else this command would have been outside the for loop like previous lab. Okay, because there was only 1 device. Here we have 4, and this net connect enable, this enable method will basically take you to privilege mode in case the switch is in user mode. Okay, and we use config commands. This is the variable which will have the multiple commands, and this variable basically captures the output, and this output is printed here. And once this loop completed, like switch 1, 2, 3, 4, and after that once it came out of the loop, it displayed this message, and this method save config saved the config on the device. Okay, so I'll upload this file as well, you can take a look. In case you have an issue, you can post a question in Q&A section or send me a direct message. I'll try to respond to you as soon as possible. I hope it has been informative to you. Do give me appropriate rating and feedback. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it. Hello friends, my name is Ashish. I welcome all of you into this lecture. So in this video, I'll show you the integration of GNS3 VM with ASA-V. So ASA-V is basically an iOS file for Cisco ASA firewall. If you want to practice ASA firewall on your workstation, then should have this ASA-V file, and that should be integrated with GNS3 VM. So that is the reason I have this lecture in place. So systematically, you need to follow these steps to be able to make it work. First thing is that you have to download the GNS3 software, which I'll show you. It is free of cost. Second thing is you have to download the VM file, which is also free. Third thing is appliance file for ASA-V, that is also free. Fourth will be the VMware Workstation Pro software. Since you are downloading it on Windows, it is free for first 30 days. After that, you have to provide license key to it, which you need to buy. So in case you want to install this on your Mac workstation, then the name of the software will be VMware Fusion. Fifth one will be you have to download the iOS image for ASA-V. So it will be your responsibility because you should have the credentials and authorization to do so. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you because it will be termed as illegal and unauthorized for distributing their paid content or their intellectual property right content. Sixth will be the possible errors which you may encounter. I'll try to tell you those. Okay, so let's quickly start. The first thing, first go to gns3.com. So you have to download this software. You need to create one login ID for it, login, and then download. Remember that the version of GNS3 software and the version of GNS3 VM file should be same, else it will not work. So click over here, enter your email ID, password, download. So this is the current GNS3 software which is available. So you can also download from here. It will also take you to login page. I already have it downloaded. Let me show you. This is the GNS3 2.1.21 all-in-one regular. Second is download the VM virtual machine for GNS3. Click on this link and it will take you to this page. So here you have to choose between one of these. We need to download this VMware Workstation Fusion. It works well. I've tested it. This VirtualBox, it is not recommended. You may find it tough. Then VMware ESXi, I have not tested. I don't know much about it, but to be able to make it work, click on this download. So download will start. Then third thing, install the software of VMware. Open this site, vmware.com, hit enter. Click on the products, click on the personal desktop, because we are doing it on personal workstation, right? Personal desktop. So you would get three options. First is Fusion for Mac. Second is Workstation Pro. Third one is Workstation Player. See, if your workstation is Mac or Apple, then you have to download the software. But if you're doing it on Windows, then you have to download this Workstation Pro. So this Workstation Player also works well, but it didn't work well for me, and you need extra file for it. And click over here, Workstation Pro, this download now option. Okay, once you click over here, it will give you two options: Workstation 15 Pro for Windows or for Linux. Since we are Windows, click on the download now options. So it will start downloading the file on your workstation. Like this one, you can see I have paused it. I already have it. And the GNS3 VM file, I was telling you, right? 1 second. Here, download VM for GNS3 VM. Click on this download file. So it will start downloading the VM file for GNS3. See, it is started. So total of three things I've told you. First was install the software, that is this one. Second is download this VM file for GNS3. Third is VMware Workstation, that is this one. Download now, and thereafter the page opened up, this Workstation 15. So it is downloading. Okay, it is a 513 MB file. I'll pause it because I already have it. Similarly, I have this file as well. So I have downloaded all the file as of now. This is the folder. So GNS3 file, right click, install it. Very simple installation, not to worry about it. And then second thing is install this VMware Workstation Full 15.1.0. It will take around 15 minutes, up to 15 minutes, depending upon the capability of your laptop. So install that. If you already have installed it, like I have already installed it, so let's go to VMware, search for VMware Workstation Pro. This is one. Click over here. It is asking for key. I want to try my VMware Workstation 15 for 30 days. Finish. This page has opened up. It is saying your evaluation period ends in 25 days because I already have it installed in past. So you have to click on the file, click on the open, okay, and this one, this is the file. See, I showed you this folder, right? So under that GNS3 VM.ova file, let me show you again. This was the file which got downloaded. You have to unzip it and there would be this file. So this is the same file which you have to point. So just give whatever name you want to give, like GNS3 VM Ashish import. You have to import this file. So basically they have already prepared a OVA file for GNS3 users. After that you may get this error. Okay, it will say that this host supports it supports Intel VTX, but Intel VTX is disabled. So you have to enable those two options which I showed you. So these were two options you have to enable. So you have to reboot your workstation, go to the BIOS setting, under security. In my laptop the option will be under security. This option, Intel R virtualization technology, it should be enabled. It will be disabled by default. And Intel VTD feature, it should be enabled. It will be disabled by default. And make sure you have disconnected the regular power supply. Okay, like your charger, it should be disconnected. This is the recommendation. So then press the F10, that is save and exit. So how would you go into the BIOS? Once the laptop starts, you have to press F1 or F2 option. You have to find out and enable these two options. So you can see that GNS3 VM Ashish has been imported. So now I'll open GNS3. It will take a while to open because it is being opened for the first time. This option, run modern iOS ASA and appliances from known Cisco manufacturers. So host binding, you can make it 127.0.0.1 linked with this IP. Generally, if I have my Wi-Fi connected, it will have some IP address, so it will try to bind that to that IP. So next time if I'm not using that IP, it will have issues. So make it 127.0.0.1. So it is now trying to connect to that server on this port 3080. It is saying connection to local server is successful. It is saying could not find a VM named GNS3 VM as it is imported into. It is asking a question. So actually we haven't powered on this virtual machine. So let's power it on. Ideally what happens that when you start this GNS3, it will automatically start this GNS3 VM. So let me start again. Setup wizard, help setup wizard. Next, it is local. Next, it is still not able to find it. I think it has found it. Okay, it has found it. It is just that our VM was shut. So it is done now. Just cancel it here. Cancel it here. And now we need to add the appliance. You need to click over this file and click on the import appliance. So here you need to import the appliance file, but question is how would you download the appliance file? A solution to this is that open gns3.com, click on the marketplace, click on the appliances and search for ASA. So this is the appliance file. Download this appliance file. I already have it, but it has been downloaded. See in this folder I had this file, Cisco ASAV GNS3A. Let me cancel it, start it again. File, import appliance. This is file. Okay, next. Now other options are disabled because ASAV runs only on the GNS3 VM. Run this appliance on GNS3 VM recommended. It is saying remote server doesn't support KVM. you need a Linux server on GNS3 VM with VMware and CPU virtualization instruction. So this is error which you get, and that is the reason I have recorded this. What you need to do, you can see that this is a VM. It is saying KVM support available false. So it means this ASAV requires KVM support, but it doesn't have it. What you will do? Solution is just click on this option and shut down this guest. Shut down this VM machine. Shut down. Right click on this VM for GNS3. Click on the settings. So here under the processors, this option should be enabled. Virtualize Intel VTX, EPT or AMD. Means if you have Intel processor or AMD processor, so it will automatically enable KVM feature for it. Click OK. It is done now. Power on this virtual machines. It is getting powered on. This is how it looks like. Give it a minute. It takes some time. See, VMware software installation may take 15 to 20 minutes. It is a very slow process. So now it says KVM support available true. Now don't do anything with it. Go to this. OK. Cancel it. File. Import appliance. Import the ASAV appliance file. Open. It is saying it is a stable software in this GNS3. It is in KVM required. Now we have this option. We can see that it was reflecting. Run this appliance on the GNS3 VM recommended. Next. See, this is a great thing. GNS3 server requirement is okay. You can continue the installation. Next. So now here we need to fetch the ASAV file. It will have such options, means as per the category wise. So the image that I have is here, ASA images, ASAV 971.4. 971.4 I could find from cisco.com or 963.1. These two images support. Okay, rest I don't know. So 971, this one, right? Let me see again. 971.4. This one, 971.4. Okay, you have to click under this, click here and click on import. Where is my ASA? GNS3. You have to this. Don't click next. Wait. It will now fetch this file. So these images have been designed by Cisco for practicing. Now it is scanning directories for files. Ready to install. Click. Point it to this. Okay. Click next. Would you like to install this? Yes, we do. Whatever option is coming, don't change it. Next. Finish. It is installed. So now open a new blank project. Name it as blank one. So you can see on the right side that GNS3 VM is working. This is a security option. Click on this installed appliances. Drag it. Start it. Now, one thing you have to take care. This message, Cisco ASAV requires 2 GB of RAM, but there is only 1731 MB. So this 1%. So what I suggest is click on this edit preferences, GNS3 VM, make it 4096, apply. Now it will restart the VM. Okay, understand this. So you cannot just simply change the RAM. It will restart the VM as well. Give it a while. You can see that it must be restarting. It is restarting because this VM is linked with this GNS3. You can see this message right side. Follow my cursor. GNS3 VM is starting. CPU is also going very high. I think it has started. Okay, it is starting. See, it entered. Minimize. It is now green. So we can start a recent project, blank one. Okay, start this. Right click, start. It is still getting the message. I don't know why it gets. Probably if you restart this GNS3, it will not come. But even if you get this message, don't worry. You have already given 4 GB of RAM to this VM, right? Right click, console. It will use VNC console. Okay, it will reboot twice. But the problem with this VNC console is that you cannot scroll up, scroll down. It will work the way you want. if you want to use telnet, then you have to have certain commands, like you have to enable telnet in this ASA. But once you enable it, then you have to open the same project. Okay, if you delete this project and open a new project, then telnet will again not work. You have to follow the same set of commands. I'll show that to you. There are only 2 commands. So this option is coming, just click on anyone, first one. So it will load. It will take around 2-3 minutes. Only these 2 commands need to be run. This one. But copy paste doesn't work in this VNC. That is the challenge. And once you create a new project, even though you have made changes in the configuration, it will return to VNC. I don't think there would be an issue in case you use VNC, but I'll show you how to use Putty here. It will reboot twice. I think it is rebooting for the second time. It has started. Password is blank. Okay, the first command, config t exit only config t core dump info. Then you have to copy this core dump dot cfg disk 0 colon slash use underscore tty as capital then 0. Okay, hit enter. Now it is done. So you may close it and go to GNS3, stop it, right click, configure, console type, telnet, apply, OK, start it, right click and console. Okay, actually I have enabled Solar Putty. This Solar Putty option can be changed, but anyways you can see that it is downloading. Let me close it. Go to edit, preferences, console applications, edit, select the option, this one, Putty included with GNS3. OK, apply, OK, right click, console. See, now Putty is working. Show interface IP brief. Okay, with Putty the benefit is that you can increase the size, change, scroll up, scroll down. With VNC it doesn't give you that option. Like right click, change setting, appearance, change, just give 14, apply, right click, change, colors, means the color you can change it. Oh, I should have changed the foreground color as well. Okay, so it'll keep on giving this message, unlicensed, don't worry about it. Okay, but you will be able to do your basic stuff like config t. For the first time it will give this message. Okay, I'm just showing you one basic command, but your work is okay. What happened? .0 no shirt name if inside show IP. So this is the way to make ASA work on your workstation. So let me recap it very quickly and tell you the steps. Okay, this one, my first one is GNS3 software. You can install, run it, very easy. Download the GNS3 VM file I showed you. Appliance file, go to marketplace, click on the appliance and download, search ASAV, you'll find it, download that. VMware.com, download the software for 30 days. ASAV image, cisco.com, you have to go there and search the image. Let me show you this one as well. Cisco.com ASA. So you have to download this ASAV download software. You have to log in actually. cdsync login. ASA adaptive security appliance. This one, adaptive security appliance software. So 9.7 9.7.1 I think. This one was my email, right? ASA 9714Q QCOW. You can download. It will ask you to see, it is saying you must have user and password. I used it, but you have to have your own, and you have to manage it. Okay, and login cancel. So this one possible error I've shown you, it will say that your Intel supports VM, but the option is not enabled. That needs to be enabled at the BIOS level.